If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 10 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that 2 dirty bombs, or possibly a suitcase nuke, will explode in Manhattan, New York City on March 22nd, 2025. There will be a large-scale evacuation from Manhattan Island. Martial law will be declared in the U.S. I am predicting that on April 26th, 2025, Israel will bomb, possibly with nuclear bombs, Iran's nuclear and energy weapons facilities. It is also possible that the U.S. will also bomb Iran alongside Israel on April 26th. I am also predicting that a nuclear bomb will be detonated on June 8th, 2025. It is possible that April 26th, 2025 is a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the date that Israel will bomb Iran on June 8th. It is also possible that June 8th is also a step in the trail of signs leading to another date in the future on which Israel will bomb Iran and a date on which a nuclear bomb will be detonated. If that is the case, we can expect clear and relevant prophetic signs to occur on April 26th and June 8th. It is predicted that on June 9th, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the 5th trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens. The demons pretending to be aliens will claim to be here to help us with our nuclear weapons, and it is possible that June 9th will be the day Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist, and 5G frequencies. June 9th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. If June 9th is not the date for these events, there will be a relevant prophetic sign or prophetic signs, which will make June 9th a step in the trail of signs leading to the date of the symbolic beginning of these things. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on August 1st, 2025. It is predicted that on August 6th, 2025, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. The reason for this is that Niagara Falls is Noah's flood symbolism, and the barge was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls, symbolic of Noah's Ark. Niagara in the native language means straight, narrow way, and Niagara's Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the CN Tower in downtown Toronto, because Toronto and its tower are symbolic of the Tower of Babel. In a game of horseshoes, the object is to aim the horseshoe and throw it at the metal stick, which is why the Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the metal stick that is the CN Tower. God is communicating that as testament for those who will live in the 1,000 years of Christ's reign on earth, the geography of North America will, as a result of a massive earthquake, be divided by a body of water from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi Delta. This destruction will be judgment on America and Canada for attempting to divide God's land, Israel. When this happens, the water in the Great Lakes will spill out over southern Ontario and Toronto. I am predicting that a solar flare will erupt on the surface of the sun and send a coronal mass ejection that will hit Earth on August 13th, 2025, which will knock out America's power grid and will lead to food shortages. The hit of the coronal mass ejection, predicted for August 13th, that will knock out the power grid will also knock many planes out of the sky. I am predicting that on August 30th in the North America time zones and on August 31st in the Asia time zones, there will be a catastrophic asteroid hit of Earth in the Indian Ocean. The greatest seismic effect of this will be felt on the other side of the globe, which is North America, and this will trigger an eruption of Yellowstone volcano and will cause the volcano in the Canary Islands to collapse into the Atlantic Ocean and send a mega tsunami towards the east coast. The asteroid will also trigger a mega landslide on Hawaii Island that will trigger a mega tsunami that will hit the west coast. It will also trigger the collapse of the Hoover Dam, which will cause a water panic in California, and many other devastating earthquakes. Michelle Obama will, quote unquote, win the election over J.D. Vance on November 7th, 2028, and will become the president on January 20th, 2029. She will stack the Supreme Court, and she will appoint Barack Obama as her vice president, and then she will step down, making Barack Obama the 50th president. This is speculation, but it could be that there will be a movement to make Trump the president for a third term, arguing that he is eligible because he hasn't served 2 consecutive terms. And if so, this will backfire, as it will lead the way for Barack Obama to serve a third term that isn't consecutive. The day of the Lord, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, Judgment Day, will be at the end of 2031. Unless there are multiple rapture events, the resurrection rapture event will not occur before Pentecost on June 4th, 2028. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived, and more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Make a note right now of these alternative platforms that you can find me on, in case you can't find me later. All right, welcome. This video is predicting that 2 dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on March 22nd, 2025. And the date that this video is posted proves this prediction is being made ahead of time, as does this email. As we can see here, it was composed on January 29th. And, okay, as we can see here, if you are skeptical for whatever reason, please email me and I'll forward it to you, but I don't see how it would be possible to be skeptical after the date of the video being posted. But anyway, this is an amazing video. It is a lengthy video and it is truly profound and it's extremely important. You will be amazed with the information, but it is extremely important. So make sure you watch all of the video. I'll be talking about among many other things, the prophetic significance of the plane crash, the crash between the passenger plane and the Black Hawk helicopter on the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. on January 29th. As you can see, that was the date this email was composed because of the beginning of the recognition of what had happened and the related signs, including the follow-up crash in Philadelphia a couple of days after that. On this day, the confirmation hearings began for RFK Jr. and on and on and on. It's amazing and it's extremely important, and only in this video will you learn the true prophetic significance of this aviation disaster. Okay, it is a very important prophetic sign because of all of the things that I'll be explaining. Now, to begin with, as I wrote here, prior to January 29th, 2025, we expected prophetic prophetic signs related to the coming predicted explosions in New York City. We received the signs that we were expecting, as I'll explain. And so what I'm saying is that the way in which God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel, is that it is an interconnected web. And webs have these nodes, if you will, that connect the rest of the web. Okay, and so to develop a big picture of signs, you have to have these connections to fit the pieces together in order for it to be a cohesive, bigger picture, like a spider web, if you will. Okay, and it is through this that God is able to tell these stories. Because it would be one thing if God were to just tap someone on the shoulder and say, hey, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date. But what good would that be? Other than providing additional proof. Don't get me wrong. It would be this prediction is for the purpose of proving that the God of the Bible is the true God. And I suppose there could never be enough evidence for that, although the evidence available already is overwhelming, and that is not even the correct adjective because it is not even an understatement. It's more than an understatement, but that's not what's going on here with God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. He's doing much more than simply saying, hey, I exist. What he's doing, in other words, it's not for the purpose of saying, oh, neat, cool. You were able to, in terms of me, it's not me, but because this prediction is from God, but cool. It was known ahead of time, or you predicted ahead of time that such and such was going to happen. Wow. That's really awesome. That's cool. That's not what this is about. And believe me, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction that is from God. And it is explain and demonstrate that God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections is true. Because it's through the big picture of signs, patterns, and connections that this prediction is able to be known. But what the big picture of signs, patterns, and connections facilitates is these stories that God is telling with these connections. It's not just one prophetic sign. You can't get the elaborate stories that God is telling through one prophetic sign. It's these themes and patterns that God is using to tell these stories. And the purpose of the stories is to communicate the extremely important information and knowledge that everyone needs to know. That is the purpose of this prediction. And it is only being explained on this channel. And now I will explain the big picture and how it tells this story, these stories that God is telling through the aviation disaster in Washington, D.C. You will be amazed. There's so much you don't know about the aviation disaster in Washington, D.C. And what I'm going to explain is known through his true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. So if this is your first video on this channel, you'll see what I mean in a minute as I start to dive into the significance of what really this aviation disaster means. Okay? And so again, this date, January 29th, was known ahead of time. It was known to be a step in the trail of signs leading to the predicted date of the end of the trail, which in this case is the predicted dirty bombs in New York City and the evacuation. Okay, and so these steps are the nodes in the web that facilitate the big picture that tells the stories. And so that's why God ahead of time pointed to January 29th. Now in this case, I'm pretty sure I recall correctly by saying that it was recognized prior to the date that it would only be a step. But sometimes it's not possible to know whether or not the date will be a step or not. And be, in other words, be the end of the trail. And so, for example, I'm highly certain at this time, could be wrong, because that's the way it works, but I'm fairly certain that March 22nd will not be a step. But if there is no dirty bomb explosions in Manhattan on March 22nd, it will be a step. That is 100% certain because of the overwhelming evidence that God has provided. I fail to see how the evidence would make March 22nd only a step, which, and therefore meaning that there will be prophetic relevant signs on that date that will reveal more knowledge, leading us down further on a trail of signs to the eventual date of the predicted dirty bombs and evacuation in New York City. I don't see how March 22nd is a step. But prior to January 29th, I recognized that it was a step, and it wouldn't be the final date. Because obviously the reason for that is because dates after January 29th were recognized prior to January 29th. Follow? Right? If God is pointing to January 29th and I see another date, for example, one date was, another step was March 13th. If I see that date, obviously then the end of the trail isn't January 29th. Okay? And so, on that note, there are about 50 videos that predicted the explosion, the dirty bomb explosion and evacuation in Manhattan on February 23rd, 2024. I could not continue to update those videos. It was just too much work. because there were other dates after that, and it just becomes too much. That's an understatement. It was testing my patience even with all of the work. When you do all of this work in updating all of the different trails of signs that God has been demonstrating that are leading up to February 23rd, and then it ends up being another step. Meanwhile, you've made probably 10 new videos explaining new information that points to February 23rd. And so those pile on to the total number of videos. Let's see, it probably wasn't 10 new videos because the trail has been going on for the dirty bomb. The dirty bomb in New York City has been known since 2019 that a dirty bomb will explode in New York City. Anyway, my point though being is that there was just too much. I couldn't continue to update those videos. But when you recognize what I'm saying is true and that the purpose of these steps is for telling these stories and the extremely important information, that the wise person will recognize that they need to go back into the catalog of the videos on the platform that you were watching. And if all of the videos aren't on this channel, then you need to go to one of the channels that have them. Like, for example, rumble.com, asteroid prediction being the name of the channel on rumble.com. You need to go there and then find the videos that predicted the dirty bomb for February 23rd. What I did at that time was made a decision and promised that in future videos, I would plug and promote the older videos to let you know that this isn't it. There's more to the story and it needs to be learned. That's why God did it. He didn't make these signs and trails and stories for no reason. Every video tells a different story. And there's 50 different videos with different stories with the important, extremely important, vital information that everyone needs to know. And so I'm not going to update those videos to make them also predict March 22nd. You need to go back into the catalog and watch those videos when you then recognize that what I am saying is true and that when I predicted February 23rd, it was 100% correct. The analysis was 100% correct. It was not quote unquote wrong. It was a step. That's how it works. And believe me, I know far better than you how it works. And when the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove that I am the authority for how it works. And it works on steps. So the skeptic, feel free to say, okay, I was wrong for predicting February 23rd, but not when the prediction comes to pass because of what I am explaining right now. This is how it works, and you need to appreciate that and understand that the videos for February 23rd are equally as valid as the videos predicting March 22nd. Hopefully I've explained that clearly enough now. Okay, so let's get into this though. The amazing signs on January 29th, but also the many, many connections to other dates and signs that are relevant to what God is telling through the signs that occurred on this step, which was January 29th. Okay, so what I want to make clear here too, again, is that prior to January 29th, I predicted that this would be a step. It was known to be a step. And then we received, what did we receive? An explosion sign. Therefore, the analysis was 100% correct. It was the big news story for that day and days after. And what was it? It was an explosion in the air. It was also included the video of the event, of the incident, and that was all about the explosion. If you recall, there was video of this crash at nighttime, and you could see the explosion in the distance when the plane collided with the Black Hawk helicopter. It was an explosion sign. And this was expected in advance. Likewise, for example, for February 23rd, we received multiple bomb and explosion signs, which I explained in other videos in the past. Okay, so that thereby confirmed all of the analysis. And of course, there would be these signs because it was recognized that God was pointing to February 23rd in an overwhelming way prior to February 23rd. It was recognized that, and likewise with January 29th. Okay, so on September 25th, 2024, news broke that the 110th mayor of New York City was being indicted. Now this is prophetic because I know how the big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, and the fact that the current mayor is the 110th mayor is astounding beyond words because of the number 110, which is, and for example, this is the 110th mayor of New York City, and it was in New York City that 110 stories of the Twin Towers collapsed in the warning from God on 9/11. And that also involved Wall Street, as explained in other videos. And it was Joshua who led the Israelites around the walls of security of ancient Jericho before they collapsed in God's judgment. And Joshua died at the age of 110. Okay, so, and that's just a little bit to the significance or relevance of 110 here. And so, on this September 25th, 2024 date, which was also a date that was expected in advance, incidentally, we had the 110th mayor indicted. The following day, on the 26th of September, Mayor Adams, which hinted at Adams family mansion. Okay, because the Adams family, the fictional Adams family, is about their lives in the mansion. And the following day, Mayor Adams' mansion, Gracie Mansion, named Gracie Mansion, was raided by the FBI. So the mayors of New York City live in the Gracie Mansion like the presidents live in the White House. So his mansion was raided by the FBI. Gracie Mansion was raided on the same day that Jimmy Fallon of the late night talk show aired his tour with Prince Harry, and Harry means ruler. It's short for, not short for, but I mean the etymology of the name Harry means ruler. Prince Harry, okay? Jimmy Fallon aired the video of him and Prince Harry going through his haunted mansion. I should say his haunted mansion in New York City. And that's, of course, not just a mansion like Gracie Mansion, but also the Addams family. That's why it's haunted. That's why Jimmy Fallon has a haunted mansion, okay? And this was on the same day. And this was also the day that People.com published their exclusive interview of the heir of the King of Rock and Roll's Graceland Mansion. Okay, and that's why Gracie Mansion on the same day, with the article of the king, as in Prince Harry, right? Graceland Mansion, as in the Gracie Mansion, same day. Also, what's interesting about that is the daughter of, the granddaughter who was interviewed, is known for her roles in these horror movies that involve mansion symbolism. Big time. The movies that she's known for. Okay, that's another story. But also, the interview was about her completion of her mother's autobiography, which is largely about the Graceland Mansion. And there's a section of that story involving the macabre time when she kept her dead son's body in, I think it was Elvis's room for a long time. Like a long time. And so that's quite macabre. That's quite Addams family symbolism, okay? Now, ultimately, this was symbolism for the president and Antichrist king in the White House mansion. All of this mansion and king symbolism was ultimately pointing to the Antichrist king in the White House mansion. These signs also occurred in conjunction with the bombing of Megalopolis at the box office. So that same day, the news story, because there was a long, many months long lead up to this film by Francis Ford Coppola, and which he had invested all of his money into, his big dream production that he'd been wanting to make for years, and he made it at the age of 84, or rather, I should say, he was 84 at the time that his movie bombed at the box office. Okay, so that's bomb symbolism. His movie bombed at the box office. Literally, that's what the articles say, and that's, of course, symbolism. And we are talking about this connection to New York City because of the indictment of the 110th mayor of New York City. That, in conjunction with the megalopolis, because megalopolis is symbolism for New York City, and the movie bombing. Also, the fact that he was 84 years old, and I could be wrong. I don't feel like checking it. I probably should. Let me just hold on. Okay, I apologize. I'm glad I checked. No, Coppola was not 84 years old at the time of the release of the movie. Anyway, I'll just drop it because this movie really isn't about the Coppola movie. So let's move on. Anyway, the movie bombed at the box office, and also on 9/25, September 25th and 26th, were bomb and bird strike signs in the New York Yankees-Baltimore Orioles games in New York City, explained in other videos. Further supporting these signs was Paul Simon's Graceland, a private concert in New York City at the time. No doubt he sang Graceland. This again was the day, or at the time of the interview, the exclusive interview of the granddaughter of and heir owner of the Graceland mansion. Okay, and Paul Simon is a major prophetic sign, someone who is very important in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. Also, Paul Simon is known to be an avid Yankees baseball fan. He also sang Mrs. Robinson in center field of Yankee Stadium after Joe DiMaggio died. There's a lyric in the song about Joe DiMaggio. And so anyway, what I mean to say is that Paul Simon is very much connected to New York City and also the Yankees. And we had these Yankees signs on at the same time. Now, I just say that just as an opening paragraph here because I can't get into the details of these signs that I'm talking about. There's lots of details, as you can probably infer. Trump is a type for Joshua, who died at the age of 110. Okay, Trump, his presidency was synonymous, and his election campaigns were synonymous with his border wall of security. Joshua in the Bible led the Israelites around the walls of security of ancient Jericho before they collapsed in God's judgment after they blew trumpets. After Trump left office, the wall of security at the southern border collapsed in God's judgment. Now, the story on January 29th, 2025 was, quote unquote, breaking news that Trump's senior DOJ, Department of Justice, officials' discussion with federal prosecutors in Manhattan about, quote unquote, dropping. Okay, so that's why I emphasized this. By the way, today is March 17th, and it has been a long time since I wrote this. And although it's not, that's a subjective term, that's subjective, a length of time, calling it long. And the reason why I say that is because on a daily basis, there's an overwhelming amount of prophetic signs coming out, and which require, background research and discoveries and, what God is communicating. And it just goes on and on. And January 29th, in terms of that, is a long time ago. And I have so much has come and passed since then. And now I am going back into this email that I wrote back then, and I haven't looked at this email since. Okay, so just let you know, okay, that I'm actually, relearning this information as I am speaking it into the microphone. It's like almost, if you will, new to me at the same time, okay? So what I was doing here was emphasizing the breaking aspect, breaking news, right? But importantly also, the story was about how there was discussion with the federal prosecutors in Manhattan about dropping charges against New York City Mayor Adams. That's a hint at the dropping of a bomb. That's symbolism for bombs, because typically bombs are dropped. Not that these predicted bombs are going to be dropped, but that's beside the point. It's all symbolism. Okay, so you drop bombs. That's, rappers in rap music talk about dropping bombs, for example, right? It's just a metaphor often it's actually an idiom in the English language. Okay, so dropping bombs. But that's relevant because we were talking about the 110th mayor, and I explained the background a little bit of the prophetic significance of Mayor Adams. Okay, now I'm updating here because that was when he was knighted. The reason for going into this initial paragraph is to give you the second witness confirmation or the background information to the prophetic relevance of Mayor Adams. Okay, because that's how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination. And so we have this dropping of bombs, but that's backed up with the prophetic significance of the 110th mayor. Now, Adams is the 110th mayor of New York City. On 9/11, 110 stories collapsed. The planes that crashed, or rather bombed, into the 110-story towers on 9/11 were on their way to Los Angeles. The news on the New York City mayor's charges, the news of the New York City mayor's charges being dropped was 9 plus 11 days after the sheriff of Los Angeles County said that parts of the city looked like, quote, an atomic bomb had been dropped, unquote. That's a major prophetic sign too, which I explained in other videos, the significance of the Los Angeles County sheriff stating that it looked like atomic bombs had been dropped. So that's part of this drop symbolism, okay? And that, he said that it looked like an atomic bomb had been dropped 9 plus 11 days to the New York City dropping of charges news story. And again, 9/11 is about not only New York City, but also Los Angeles, because the planes were on their way to Los Angeles. And that's especially true in terms of God's prophetic signs. You might not think, oh, well, the planes, so what, they were going to Los Angeles. Well, God doesn't see it that way. There's all kinds of prophetic reasons for how that's prophetically significant, which I can't explain, all of these things, because that just would take another hour, right? So Adams is the first black mayor of New York City. Sheriff Luna of Los Angeles County, is the first Latino sheriff of Los Angeles County. God uses firsts for signs. Ultimately, it points to the first affirmative action president, Barack Obama. The news of charges being dropped in New York City was a prophetic, and so that's, by the way, confirmation of the connection, because there are these two firsts. The connection is Mayor Adams to Sheriff Luna. And incidentally, both of their last names are also being used by God. I explained Adams and the Adams family and all that. There's lots more, by the way. That's, like I said a minute ago, I didn't explain anything. I just gave you a surface level explanation in this opening paragraph to give you a taste of the background, right? But there's lots more to that, like tons. It's amazing. But also there's lots more to the significance of the name Luna, as I explained in other videos. Because Luna is Spanish for moon, and God is using these moon signs, including Sheriff Luna, to indicate that the dirty bombs will explode on the half moon phase of the month in March 22nd. And that's, by the way, one reason for the Half Moon Bay shooting in California in January of 2023, that was on 2 farms, the second of 2 mass shootings in the Chinese community in California, and it was 2 days after the shooting on the Chinese Lunar New Year in Los Angeles County, for which newly installed elected Sheriff Luna presided over the investigation. So in other words, what I'm saying is that you had these 2s and you had the Half Moon Bay, and we are predicting 2 dirty bombs on the half moon, and it connects with Luna. So that's another reason why that's relevant, that there is this 9 + 11 days between these Mayor Adams and Sheriff Luna signs, okay? Okay. The news of charges being dropped in New York City was a prophetic sign that hinted at a bomb exploding or being dropped, metaphorically, in New York City. Okay, that's as I said a minute ago, the dropping of the charges hints at the dropping of the bombs in New York City, because it's the mayor of New York City. Also, dropping charges against Adams is like the collapse of the case, the legal case. It's like collapse symbolism as well, which is symbolism related to the walls of security collapsing, which was, of course, what was communicated with the collapse of the 110-story towers on 9/11. And again, Adams is the 110th mayor, and Joshua died at the age of 110. And I predict that, well, I think it's reasonable to assume that one of the 2 bombs that are predicted will be on Wall Street. And Joshua led the Israelites around the walls of security of Jericho. Incidentally, there was the Wall Street bombing in 1920. And if there's a predicted bombing on Wall Street on March 22nd, if that happens, then it'll point back to the Wall Street bombing in 1920. And that's because the number 192, which is hinted at with 1920, 192 is the equivalent of the name Obama in English gematria. Okay. And Obama, because it hints at Obama, not only is the Antichrist, but he is Obama. That's one play on the name Obama that God is using. There was, for example, the Beirut bombings in 1983, which hinted at Barak. They occurred exactly 444 months after the first UN session in New York City, incidentally. And we are talking about predicted bombs, as in Obama in New York City. And of course, the Antichrist Obama will lead the world body at the UN in the end times, in the last days. Okay, and 444 months exactly, because of it hints at the 44th president, Barak, as in the Beirut bombings. And the Beirut bombings were 21,600 minutes, which is the equivalent of 15 days. 21,600 minutes to the bombing of the Capitol building. And 21,600 minutes hints at 216. 216 is 6 times 6 times 6, which is the Antichrist's number in Bible prophecy, 666. Barack Obama was born on the 216th day of the calendar year. And the name Barack in English gematria is equal to 216. That's astounding beyond words, because what we have here is this connection from the Barak, as in Barak, Beirut bombings, with this number 216, which is the equivalent of the word Barak, as in Barak bombings, right? To the Capitol building bombing, when the May 19th Communist Organization detonated a bomb inside the Capitol building in 1983. I think it was November 7th. And the Barak bombings were the 23rd of October, 15 days difference. 21,600 minutes, because 216 is the word for Barack, which is hinting at the Barack bombings. This is amazing beyond words confirmation that, in fact, Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization in 1983. That is a fact, okay? And I'm not going to explain any more because that's another video, and I've explained it other times in other videos. But it is a fact. What I just said proves the matter. There's way more to the proof, though. But that's enough. And when the prediction comes to pass, it will prove this. There's no debate. The media never vetted who this man is. Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization. And once a communist, always a communist. That's also a fact. He might have been, over his time in the White House, been suppressing it or hiding it to whatever degree or not, because he did do many subversive things, and he established the DEEP state that we are now fighting a war against, a literal war against the administrative state that this man installed. And Barack Obama and Bill Ayers, who got him into politics and got him into Harvard and got him his start in politics, including his election as the president of the Harvard Law Review, and on and on. Bill Ayers is the leader of the Weather Underground, which branched off into the May 19th Communist Organization. Bill Ayers wrote Obama's autobiography, and that's not a conspiracy theory. There is plenty of video online, including on YouTube, where you can see Bill Ayers saying that he indeed wrote the autobiography of Barack Obama's, Dreams from My Father. And so anyway, you have all of these connections, and it's a fact. Barack Obama is a communist. And their plan was all along, and they did have their sights on the White House from the beginning, to subvert the American system. Because, of course, that's what the Weather Underground was, a communist organization that was intent on subverting the American system of government and inducing a communist revolution. Well, after the 70s and the Weather Underground and all that failure, they realized that what these baby boomer red diaper babies needed to do, and what I mean by that is they were the children often of the communists of the 30s. What they needed to do was, instead of a violent physical revolution, they needed to take the society through the culture. So then they marched through the institutions, as the communists call it, including places in government, which was the scheme for Obama. But their strategy was to take the institutions like the universities and the teaching profession and the media and the law, the judges, the legal system, and that's why we're literally in a war with communists. That's what's going on, right? It's not like 1930s communism, though. It's, there's not really an adequate word for it. We're dealing with something that there's no word for yet, because it's kind of it's a evolutionary downstream product of the communism of the 1930s, but it isn't in that old form. It's a new hybrid form of communism, but it is essentially the same thing, and it is evil. Literally, it is evil from Satan. Karl Marx was a Satanist. That's also a fact. There's all kinds of evidence for that. He dedicated his plays, which he was a playwright before, he wrote his religion. And he dedicated them to Satan, et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. So, and he said that he looked forward to his revolution in order to trample on the ashes of Christianity, or something to that effect, right? Because that's what Satan's job is to do, is to counter Christianity. And one main way he does that is through communism. And that's Barack Obama. That's why he's the Antichrist. He is indeed working for Satan, whether he knows it consciously yet or not. But even actually in the book, he did have a prophetic dream that identified him as a communist. The Antichrist. The book, the autobiography Dreams from My Father, has a prophetic dream that he describes that he had while on his trip to Kenya. And although he doesn't realize it, it definitely reveals that he is the Antichrist. It's a prophetic dream. It's like a prophecy. It is a prophecy. What am I saying? It is a prophecy, his dream. Now, for the wise to recognize. Now, back to what I was saying. I went off onto a tangent there, but I just proved to you that Barack Obama is a communist. Okay? There's no debate. There's no debate at all. Period, when the prediction comes to pass. Now, all right, so let's continue with what I wrote back in January. Luna presided over the Chinese New Year mass shooting and the Half Moon Bay shooting in 2023, like I just explained. January 29th, 2025 was the day of the Chinese New Year. Okay, that was one reason why it was recognized ahead of time. Like I'm saying, I'm learning all of this information again as if it's all new to me. But now I remember January 29th, one of the main ways in which it was recognized ahead of time is that it was the new moon and also the Chinese Lunar New Year. And that goes back to Sheriff Luna and the Chinese Lunar New Year mass shooting, which was followed 2 days later by another Chinese community mass shooting in Half Moon Bay. Now, what I didn't recognize back in January is that God was actually pointing to the half moon, not the new moon. And then there was a time where I thought that, because God is pointing to that, the date of the recent blood moon lunar eclipse, but it was recognized long prior to the blood moon lunar eclipse, that it would only be a step, and that God was actually pointing to the half moon phase that follows the blood moon lunar eclipse. And that goes back to the Half Moon Bay shooting, okay? That followed the Chinese Lunar New Year shooting. Okay, and which was presided over by Sheriff Luna, as in moon. Now, January 29th was 4 times 4 days after the moon occulted Mars on the day of the nuclear comet, outburst gassing, nuclear shadow tail, lost nucleus. Okay, I explained this in the last video. I just made that video yesterday. There was this comet G3 Atlas, and it was all about its explosion of the nucleus, as in nuclear material weapons grade dirty Bob explosions, all right? But that day was the day that the comet reached perihelion, okay? On the same day that the moon occulted Mars, which is symbolic of war. And we have this connection of 4 times 4 days, which of course hints at the 44th president, the Antichrist, Obama. Okay, now the perihelion of the comet, that was the nuclear comet, as I explained yesterday, on the day of the moon occulting Mars, was 4 days after Luna's comment about Los Angeles looking like an atomic bomb had been dropped. So that's 4 days followed by 4 times 4 days. That's the confirmation. Again, this is how God's big picture of signs, patterns, and works on the principle of second witnesses. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing numbers together. And certain numbers, such as 44. In this case, it's paired with another 4. All right? And that's the 44th president, but also the 444th word in the Strong's Greek Concordance is the word for man, which is a play on how the Antichrist's number is 666, because 6 symbolizes man who was created on the 6th day of creation. But, okay, so we have the 4 days plus the 4 times 4 days. Now, the discovery of the comet, this comet was discovered on April 5th, 2024. That discovery of the comet was also exactly 77 prophetic years after Israel was reborn. I forgot to mention that yesterday. Wow. And that's relevant because of what I'm about to say. So the discovery of this comet, which was the nuclear explosion comet that God was using to hint at the coming nuclear weapons-grade material explosions in New York City, it was discovered on April 5th, 2024, and that date was exactly 77 prophetic years after Israel was reborn. Israel being reborn is, of course, prophetic from the Bible, and 77 is, I'll explain in a second why that's relevant, but the number 7 is symbolic of God's signature number that symbolizes or indicates his divine touch upon something. And also, we have the 70 years prophecy from the parable of the fig tree, but let's move on. So on April 5th, the earthquake at the White House, at White House Station, New Jersey. There's a town named White House Station, and there was an earthquake, a prophetic one, and earthquakes can be prophetic. When asked for the signs to look for of his return by his disciples, Jesus replied with earthquake signs, okay? And so on this April 5th date, we have a prophetic earthquake located just beside White House Station in New Jersey that was felt like a quote-unquote bomb had exploded in New York City. Residents in New York City said it felt like a bomb had exploded. That's amazing because of what we were talking about with the prediction of the bomb in New York City. Okay, now on this day, I'm talking about April 5th, Biden left the White House. The day of the White House Station earthquake, Biden left the White House and shouted at the bridge in the 7th state that was completed in 77, which was again on the 77th anniversary of the rebirth of Israel. And what I mean by 77 prophetic years is a prophetic year is 360 days. That's how it works in Bible prophecy. 12 months of 30 days each. Okay? So, now, that 77 years is relevant because of the bridge on the same day that was completed in 77. Now, Biden shouting at the bridge is because the Israelites, after they completed their symbolic 3 sets of 7, shouted, and then the walls of security collapsed. Well, the bridge collapsed. I'm talking about the Baltimore Bridge that collapsed. And it collapsed in the 7th state, and it was completed in 77. That's a 3 sets of 7. That's what makes this relevant, and that in turn confirms the 77 prophetic years connection. Now, April 5th, 2024 was also the day the demolition began on the Uranus building in Taiwan. The Uranus building came to symbolize the earthquake in Taiwan, which was the strongest earthquake in 25 years. 25 is the 9th semi-prime number. Depending on the article you read, the Uranus building was leaning at a 25-degree angle or a 45-degree angle. The date was 4-5, which hints at 45. 45 is the 9th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. 25 is the 9th semi-prime number, a number that is only divisible by 2 other prime numbers. God uses this. And so you have 2 9s there, depending, doesn't matter. Strongest earthquake, 25 years, 25-degree angle, date 4-5, 45-degree angle. You still get the number 9. The number 9 is the most important number in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. As from the Bible, it symbolizes God's judgment. On the day that the Uranus building began its demolition, now I should also actually elaborate here. Well, let me see, I do elaborate in a second. So, on the day that the demolition began on the Uranus building in Taiwan, 9 people were evacuated from the Nine Turns Cave in the national park in Taiwan. There's a cave system named Nine Turns, and the big story was 9 people were rescued from it on this 4/5 date, and the demolition of the 25, as the 9s that I just explained, all right? Now, the leaning Uranus building had become the iconic image of the earthquake disaster. Uranium is used in atomic bombs, and uranium was named after the planet Uranus, which was discovered just prior to the discovery of uranium. Uranus's orbital period is 84 years, and the word bomb is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria. So is also the word Obama. The name Obama is also equal to 84. Obama was also born on the date 8/4, and that's because Obama is Obama. The date 4/5 hinted at the 45th anniversary of Apocalypse Now. That cost $45 million to make, infamously. And on this date 4/5 that I'm talking about, the date, again, that the comet was discovered, P. Diddy posted on Instagram, I think, his prophetic victory video, all right? And the video is about an apocalyptic future and stars Dennis Hopper, who starred in Apocalypse Now. That's the connection. Now, Apocalypse Now, of course, is hinting at the apocalypse beginning now. The book of Revelation is also goes by the name of the apocalypse. In fact, the Latin languages call it apocalypse, I think. The earthquake at White House Station on 4/5 also hinted at the 45th president's return to the White House. It is the 45th president who is now playing a role in the 110th mayor's charges being dropped, as in dropping of a bomb in New York City, mayor of New York City. All right, so that's why the earthquake occurred on the date 4/5. It hinted at the 45th, and right outside White House Station in New Jersey, it hinted at the 45th president's return to the White House. Because the second presidency of Trump is leading to the Antichrist. Trump has all along been trumpeting the arrival of the Antichrist way back when he first started calling out Obama for not having been born in Kenya, been born in the US. His rise in popularity began, if you will, with this. He has been trumpeting, because the word trump in archaic English means trump or the sounding of a trumpet. God has been using Trump to trumpet the arrival of the end times and the Antichrist. So the second presidency of Trump is a pattern that points to the second presidency of Obama. All right? And it's also a pattern that points to the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, who will defeat the President Antichrist Obama in his second presidency. Okay. The news on January 29th of charges being dropped against the New York City mayor was 4 times 4 days after the LA Sheriff Luna said a bomb had been dropped. January 29th was also 44 days after the signs involving the murder of the quote-unquote dirty bomb Russian general. So there was this Russian general that was famous for accusing Ukraine of developing or intending to detonate a dirty bomb in Ukraine and blaming it on Russia. This Russian general was also head of this department of that includes things like chemical weapons and dirty weapons and biological weapons. It was a part of this. He was the head of the department responsible for this sort of thing. That made more dirty bomb symbolism. At the time of the Russian general's death, who, by the way, died with a bomb, Ukraine had accused him of, hopefully I write it here. Let me see. No. So anyway, they accused him of being responsible for instances of, Ukraine had just accused him, the legal justice department of Ukraine accused him of using banned chemical weapons. Okay, so, which is more toxic, material symbolism, and we are talking about an evacuation from Manhattan due to explosions of dirty bombs. So, and the day that he died, which was December 16th, that was another date that was known well in advance to be an important date in the step, or rather a step in the trail of signs. And it was known that it would only be a step as well. It was at one time thought to be the date that the bombs would explode in New York City, but then it was recognized that it would only be a step. And then we received this dirty bomb sign with the death of him in a bomb, and he's the guy that's famous for accusing Ukraine of intending to use a dirty bomb. That's astounding, beyond words. I predicted his death, in other words. Right? Hopefully that's clear to you. I predicted this man's death. Now, anyway, that day was 44 days before January 29th, which was part of the confirmation for the fact that God was pointing to January 29th, because I knew this ahead of time, this 44 days connection. And I also knew this 4 times 4 days connection ahead of time. So the 4 times 4 days, which ends at 44, confirms the 44 days connection. These two connections back from January 29th, which of course hint at Obama, the 44th president. I should say Obama. Now, the day that the Russian general died, which was the date that was recognized ahead of time, and one reason being what I'm about to explain here. That day was in turn exactly 444 days after U2, as in Trinity Bomb, I'll explain that in a second, opened the $2.3 billion Sphere Theater in Las Vegas that has 23 executive suites. And they opened it on the day that they released their new song, Atomic City. The reason why the name for the song Atomic City is because of their residency in Las Vegas, which is nicknamed the Atomic City, and has the museum, the National Atomic Testing Museum, because just 2 times 30 miles away is the location where the first atomic bomb was tested, the Trinity bomb. Okay, now to confirm his signs and connections, as I said, God pairs certain numbers together to provide us the second witnesses. And I know that these are the numbers that I'm about to mention, because I've been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 7 years. And he pairs 23 and 44 together, because the 44th president is the basketball president who wore 23 in high school. And the pairing of 23 and 44 isn't necessarily to reveal the identity of the Antichrist, because that's already known for a long, long time. And we are talking about thousands of examples of pairing of 23 and 44. So, in other words, what I'm saying is he uses these pairs as tools. It's a tool for which to develop the big picture. By pairing these numbers together, it confirms the signs and connections. So what I'm saying is that the death, which I predicted in advance, of the dirty bomb general who died in a bomb, was 444 days exactly after the opening of the Sphere Theater, which cost famously or infamously $2.3 billion and has 23 executive suites. Also, the name U2 hints at 23 because U is the 21st letter of the alphabet, and U plus 2, 21, U is the 21st, yeah, I said that. So 21 plus 2 is 23. That's 3 23s there on the day of the release of the Atomic City song. And that these 23s pair with the 444 days connection. And that day, again, connects with 44 more days to January 29th. Follow that? Okay? Okay, so. Now, the amazing thing here, too, is that the day of the release of the song Atomic City, on the day of the opening of Sphere by the U2 band, which hints at 23, and by the way, again, 2 times 30 miles gets us to the Trinity bomb, but there's more to the Trinity stuff that connects it to U2, which I explain in the U2 War album video, which must be watched too. So the 444 again connects with these 23s, but also these 23s on September 29th, 2023 connect with exactly 4 times 4 months to January 29th. Okay, can you picture that? It's a big circle there. So January 29th is 44 days after the Russian general, which is 444 days after the U2 Atomic City sign. And the Atomic City sign in U2 is exactly 4 times 4 months, back to January 29th. That's astounding beyond words. I mean, I really, as you can see, it was quite stunningly clear that God was pointing to January 29th ahead of time, because this was all recognized ahead of time. I'm just reviewing the information in this email, actually. Now, again, on the 29th was the news of the 110th mayor's charges being dropped. And this was 4 months and 4 days. And also, again, it was the day of the explosion over the Washington, D.C. River. Okay? So we got the explosion symbolism, and we also got New York City and a dropping of bombs in New York City symbolism. But anyway, this day, January 29th, was also 4 months and 4 days after the news of his indictment. That's another 44. In other words, the other 44s that connected with January 29th served to confirm the 4 months and 4 days to the indictment, which thereby confirmed the relevance of the charges being dropped on the 110th mayor. Meaning that this isn't just my subjective opinion, that the dropping of charges is symbolic of dropping of bombs. It's all confirmed with all of these connections. The second and third witnesses to confirm the matter, as the Bible says is required, which is only being explained on this channel. Now, this 4 months and 4 days is also exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 weeks, which hints at 666, the number of the Antichrist. And it is also 126 days, which hints at 1,260 days, which is the number repeated 7 times in Bible prophecy as being symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. Obama. It is speculated that Mayor Adams was being persecuted by Biden's DOJ because he was critical of the immigration flow into his city. That's pretty much a given, that's the reason for the persecution. So New York City is a sanctuary city, and Adams balking at the leftists' illegal alien agenda is a serious threat to their plan. What is their agenda? The destruction of America. Whether they know it consciously or not, they want to subvert the system. They want a communist revolution. How do they do that? Well, like I said, marching through the institutions. How do they do that? By importing people from all over the third world that don't share our values and don't understand democracy and freedom, and will vote for Democrats and bring in the revolution. That's why they wanted to swamp America with millions and millions of illegal immigrants. If you don't know that, I don't know what to tell you. You are really fast asleep. You do not know anything about what is going on. If you think that, the millions of illegals that came in during the Biden 4 years was just, I don't know, incompetence or something. No. They not only were they coming across the border overland, there was a period for a time where they were being flown in from Mexico, flown over the border. They couldn't get them in fast enough before the expiration of the term. And once they were in, the military's job was to fly them all over to the different parts of the nation that they wanted them to be in. It's the same thing as what they did in the shoplifted referendum back in the year that was 2020. It's another method of shoplifting referendums, bringing in all of the illegals, which is a judgment from God. Because like I said, this happened after Trump left the White House, and trumpet is symbolism for the walls of security collapsing, which is why the walls of security of America collapsed after Trump left office. But really, spiritually, it's all satanic. It is Satan that is bringing down America. It is actually God allowing Satan to do this. It's judgment on America. God is in the process of destroying America. And in terms of making America great again, America will never become great again until its people fear God again. Not only do the secular leftists fear God and hate God, whether they realize it or not, they are in rebellion against God and are working for Satan. All of them. Every single one of them on the left today. And there's no excuse. It's not the 1960s anymore where you had an excuse to be on the left, right? Or maybe even good reason for certain reasons. But it's not like that today. There's no excuse. You are ignorant, and that's not an excuse. The only way that America, what I was saying is not only are the secularists and the globalists and the leftists not fearing of God, but there are many quote unquote Christians that don't fear God. Many. I mean, the majority of quote unquote Christians do not fear God. That's also a big part. That's the biggest part of the problem, actually. So, all of this MAGA, this Make America Great Again, it's only symbolism. America isn't going to be made great again until the second coming. Unless you figure, you can't force it by political will. It has to come from within the individuals of the citizenry. And half of the citizenry, well, maybe not quite half, given the recent election results, But we'll see when times are economically bad if that holds, right? I mean, if times are economically bad, are they still going to vote on their principles, or are they going to vote Democrats that are promising them things? Or just out of stupidity voting for change, like a lot of voters do, vote out of stupidity. So you can't say that more than half of America, well, you could, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that even if it's 51%, that's not enough. You still have a large cancer in the society that needs to be removed. And the only way that cancer is going to be removed is with the second coming. Because I'm not speaking or advocating in any way, shape, or form any kind of politicide, but actually that will happen, but it will be the left on their enemies, true conservatives and true Christians, through persecution with the Antichrist. But yes, the only way this is going to work out is for the whole thing to be scrapped and started over with the second coming and the revelation of the Lord. Okay? So in other words, the times of the Gentiles is up because America is God's Gentile nation and it's in the process of being destroyed. What's left is the second coming and the 1,000 years of peace of rule of Lord Jesus Christ from Jerusalem. That's the answer at this point. Okay? Back to what I was saying, though. Where was I? So, yes, we're talking about the legal aliens invasion, and it's all symbolism for demons invading, too, by the way. The breaking down of the wall of security is symbolic of the coming breaking down of the wall between the demonic realm and the earthly realm. That's why and also the illegal aliens is also symbolism for these demons that will come through pretending to be aliens. I mean, we're already experiencing that, of course, and have been for years, but it's all going to come out on a massive scale soon, which will lead also to the demonic possession of those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. And in their demonic possession, they will become like the Rwanda genocide kind of thing. Okay, that's really hard, disturbing information, I realize. Well, let's get back to what God is communicating, including what I just said is what he is communicating. So this is why Trumpet is behind the dropped charges, okay? Because of the well, you know, even the sanctuary city is symbolic too of protection, right? Borders. That's what Trump is all about, borders. In his 2.0 presidency, it's not even just about the rebuilding of the wall. It's about borders, big time. Tariffs are all about borders, right? Monroe Doctrine 2.0 is about borders. The collapse of the wall between the demonic realm and the earthly realm is about borders. Okay, well, anyway, we have a pattern of connections to January 29th involving the number 4, as I've now really established here, right? January 29th was 4 days after Donald Trump Jr. posted an image of Trump looking into a mirror in which the reflection is Trump with the head of a goat. On January 29th, the Chinese, as in red dragon, Revelation chapter 12 symbolism, that's what China symbolizes, Lunar New Year, new moon, on this new moon, was sitting in front of the face of the goat constellation of Capricorn. So the moon, and Trump is associated with the prophetic moons in his signs. He was born on the day of a prophetic blood moon lunar eclipse, which is, by the way, also why this big event in Trump's presidency that I'm predicting, the dirty bombs, will be on the date of a moon phase, the half moon phase. But the moon was sitting in front of the goat constellation on the same day that No, on the 29th, on the day of the new moon. But then 4 days after that, Trump posted an image of him looking into the mirror in which a reflection is a goat. Donald Trump Jr. did that. And that was intended to be a play on GOAT, the acronym, greatest of all time. But not realizing that it's GOAT Antichrist symbolism. Not that Trump is the GOAT Antichrist. There are some that are confused. This is only symbolism. You have to really have a mind for allegory and metaphor and symbolism, abstraction. And not everyone has a mind for abstract thinking. So that's been proven in psychology. So I have a mind for abstract thinking, and I can appreciate that when God does something like this, it doesn't mean that Trump is the GOAT Antichrist. It's part of this pattern of symbolism that's abstract. Now, because he is paving the way for the Antichrist through, for example, the aggressive rounding up of immigrants, which isn't that aggressive at the moment, but that will lead to the government apparatus that will eventually round up the true conservatives and true Christians. See what I'm saying? Like, Trump isn't the Antichrist, but he has good intentions. But he's also, at the same time, paving the way for the Antichrist in for example, how I just explained, what I just mentioned. So, okay, now we had the pattern of 4, and that's why 4 days connected to the Trump goat in the mirror Antichrist sign. Now, on January 29th, the Chinese red dragon lunar new moon, I just said that, okay. So on January 29th, the nuclear comet was also in Capricorn. The comet was discovered on the date 4/5 and the day of the White House station earthquake that felt like a bomb in New York City, and Trump is the 45th president. Okay, whew, that was the end of the first email here. There's more to come. On January 29th, this date we are talking about, the theme of this video, if you will, a Black Hawk helicopter collided with an American Airlines passenger plane. By the way, I said there's more to come. There's lots more to come. lots more. We're just getting started, okay? This is so profound, this video. I mentioned at the video beginning, hopefully I mentioned it, it's one of the most important videos on this channel, and it is extremely important. So keep with this, okay? So on January 29th, this date we are talking about, the Black Hawk helicopter collided with an American Airlines passenger plane. The story is about the explosion, as I explained earlier, right? That is the story. The video that caught the incident and the explosion, okay, which was caught on video. This explosion involved 4 times 4 times 4 people on board the plane, right? And again, and God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. So God, this is classic. But even when it was 4 fours, that's also prophetic because it's 4 fours. But it's 3 fours. That's fine. It still hints at 44, the 44th president. The explosion involved 4 times 4 times 4 people on board the plane. And again, this was 44 days after the bombing of the Dirty Bomb General, which was in turn 444 days after the U2 Atomic City sign, which in turn was 4 times 4 months exactly to the day that 4 times 4 times 4 people were in the plane crash explosion. Amazing. The helicopter was a Sikorsky H-60. The same as the Japanese copters that collided on April 20th, 2024. This was a prophetic sign, a very important one that I explained in videos back last year. Okay, so it's the same type of helicopter, and that aviation disaster killed 4 plus 4 people and was 40 weeks and 4 days before January 29th. More 4s. 4 plus 4 people and 40 weeks and 40 days before January 29th. which is again had all of these fours connected to it. Now, the day of the Japanese helicopter crash, when two copters collided on April 20th, 2024, that day was 4 times 4 days after the date 4/4. And on that day, which was also known ahead of time, as was April 20th, by the way, that was also predicted ahead of time for all of what I'm talking about. So in other words, I predicted the helicopter collision. And so it was the 4 plus 4 deaths in the helicopter collision was 4 times 4 days after the date 4/4. And that day was the Alaska Airlines announcement that it had received $4 times $4 million from Boeing for the door that fell on Portland in the 33rd state. Now, first of all, the word door comes from the ancient Semitic language for the 4th letter, dalat, which is symbol of the Hebrew letter for D or dalat is the symbol for door, and it's the 4th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And the Hebrew alphabet letters are symbols for things. So the 4th letter is symbolic of a door, which is ultimately how we get the word door in the English language. But this is symbolism for the door that will be opened to the demonic realm, through which, or rather the port. The door is symbolic for the port, right? And the plane left the airport in Portland and then dropped its door, as in port, onto the residential neighborhood of Portland. The word airlines is an anagram for aliens, because demons will pass through the portal and pretend to be aliens. Okay? Now, the 49th state is symbolism for the coming 49th president, Michelle Obama. Or I should say Obama. Okay, so anyway, that's amazing, right? 4 times $4 million on the state that was predicted in advance for such a sign, and the date is 4/4, and it was 4 times 4 days before the other aviation disaster incident and 4 plus 4 deaths. The collision on January 29th, which is hinted at with the collision back in April last year, occurred on the runway 33. And Portland, Oregon is the 33rd state. And again, it connects with 40 weeks and 4 days. So in other words, the 4 times 4 million connects with 4 times on the date 4/4, connects with 4 times 4 weeks to the 4 plus 4 killed in the collision between helicopters, which connects with 40 weeks and 40 days to the collision with the helicopter, the same type of helicopter, and the plane. Okay, now the collision on January 29th occurred again. Okay, I said that just a second ago. Now, the type of helicopter, the H-60, the Sikorsky H-60, H is the 8th letter, and 8 is 4 plus 4. In other words, there were 8 people that died in the Sikorsky helicopter collision. And 8 is 4 plus 4. Now, 60 is 2 times 30. And as I mentioned earlier, God pairs 44 and 23 to confirm his signs and connections. And so in other words, this Sikorsky H-60 hints at the Antichrist, the 44th president, who wore jersey number 23. Furthermore, God is using helicopters in his signs in general, and I've known this for years, as symbolism for the dragon in Revelation chapter 12, and the dragon is symbolic of the Antichrist. The reason why helicopters, for one, is their tails. It's included in God's signs. It's pointed to the tails of helicopters even. But a big part of the dragon in the prophecy in Revelation chapter 12 is its tail. But also, helicopters look like dragonflies. Now, and dragons fly, right? So, what I was saying, so all of this is pointing to it's all more, like I said, the Obama symbolism is a tool that God uses to develop the signs. Now, also, helicopters God are using in his signs for their rotor blades, which resemble an X. because the X in God's signs is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The reason for that is the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist. Well, not only is it practical to mark something, you mark it with an X, but also the mark of the Antichrist, or rather I should say the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist described in the book of Ezekiel would have been a Tav mark, the Tav letter. And the Tav letter like I said, letters are symbols for things, and the Hebrew Tav is symbolic of a mark. Also, the mark of the Antichrist changes a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. And the 60 and hints at the 23 here in the helicopter. But also chromosomes, I should say, resemble an X. And that's another big reason why the X is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, is because the mark of the Antichrist marks a person through altering their chromosomes. That's how they become marked. And by the way, they are marked with the protruding amino acid chain. You know what I'm talking about. The protruding amino acid chain, right? It begins with an SP and ends with an Ike. Okay? That is actually, and this is true, snake venom. The medical industry, or rather the thing industry, has been experimenting with snake venom for many decades now for medicinal purposes. And they finally, got it into this transhumanism technology and put it into people's chromosomes. And what is the biggest symbol of Satan and the devil in the Bible? The snake. And so people have the snake chromosomes in their chromosomes now. And that's how they are marked by the devil. Okay? And so January 29th, this is huge. This is huge. This is a very important aspect of what I'm talking about. The date itself, January 29th. Why is this date so prophetic? Why has God done all of what I've been describing so far? It's because it hints at 129. The date 129 hints at 129 because the 129th word in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word blood. And it is a person's blood that the mark of the Antichrist is put into. And again, that's all hinted at with this connection to the helicopters that I've just explained. And also the demons pretending to be aliens through the portal, because when they come, they'll be promoting the thing as a way to reverse aging and have immortality without God, the big lie that's at the end of the age. That's the same lie at the beginning of the age when the serpent told Eve in the garden that she shall surely not die. It all comes full circle. And so that's also why all this is relevant. And also Japan, God is using in his signs because of Japanime, which is obsessed with demonic possession or spiritual possession. And when the demons come through and get people to take these things, they'll become demonically possessed. Or even those who have already taken the thing will become demonically possessed. Because the thing is the thing. The mark of the Antichrist has already been taken, including by the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians. But nowhere in the Bible does it say that one cannot repent after having taken the mark of the Antichrist. And, believe me, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction, and it is to prove this. This is the reason for the prediction that is from God. Make no mistake. The thing is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. Does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or a false form of religious worship. And in fact, for those that are wise, there was false religious worship that went with it. And it does not need a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is in fact judgment for this particular doctrine, this Nicolaitan doctrine that Jesus said he hates in Revelation chapter 2, and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. And I'm not saying there isn't the rapture. I'm just saying that dispensationalism is heresy, and it's rooted in the Nicolaitan doctrine. And I'm not going to elaborate anymore, except to tell you, if you are a Christian, arguably the most important video for you on this channel is the 23 church signs video. But if you are also interested to learn more about the commonly held objections that people have regarding why this thing can't be the mark of the Antichrist based on their understanding of Bible prophecy, these commonly held objections are answered in the must-watch snake bite video on this channel. Find it, and because it was made a long time ago. And you are incorrect. When the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove what I'm saying. You are not correct. End of debate. No more discussion. Case closed. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. Now, and so, again, God is using helicopters for all of this because they're rotor blades and the symbolism for the X. So this X helicopters and Japanimation, which is this theme, because the Japanese culture is obsessed with the little creatures that are cute and whatever, but it's all symbolism for demons. Anywhere you go in Tokyo, you can come across these images of these nonsensical, non-being characters, these fictional, mythical characters that are all symbolism for demons. And like I said, God is using Japanimation to confirm that Japan is symbolism for, Japanimation is symbolism for, in Japan, for mass demonic possession. Now, by the way, Japan is the least evangelized, least Christian nation among developed nations. And one of the least evangelized nations in the world. It ranks with the Islamic nations, from what I understand. Just throw that in there, that would be one reason for all of the demonic symbolism and the perversion, sexual perversion in Japan, and etc. So the Black Hawk helicopter went down on January 29th. So this is this date I'm saying is also, I made the case. So it's about this symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, and that's also embedded in the date itself, 129G, 129, the word for blood. Now the Black Hawk helicopter went down on January 29th, 711 days after February 18th, 2023, when Kamala Harris made an emergency landing and Jimmy Carter went into a hospice. Which was exactly 11 times 23 months after the release of the movie Black Hawk Down. Okay, so this is very important. Now I've connected the movie Black Hawk Down to the crash of the Black Hawk helicopter on the river in Washington, D.C., the capital of America that symbolizes America, and the implication being this judgment and the embedding of the mark of the Antichrist symbolism in the crashed helicopter in Washington, D.C. on January 29th. Now, God is using Jimmy Carter, as symbolism for Methuselah, because he is the oldest living president, and Methuselah was the oldest living patriarch in the Bible who died at the timing of the flood, and the name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction. That's why Jimmy Carter's death means destruction for America. When he dies, destruction. Now, also, Jimmy Carter became the oldest living president on the date 322, which hints at Genesis 3:22, which God is using as symbolism for this lie of immortality without God through transhumanism technology. That's why this is relevant, because at 711 days, the flood judgment began in the passage Genesis 7:11. So 7:11 gets us to a Carter sign, because that was the day that he was symbolically first put into the hospice, but also the day that Kamala Harris had an emergency landing, and she is predicted to ultimately die in a plane crash in St. Louis, where the X of the two eclipses that passed over America 7 years apart engendered an X. So that will be hinting at the X when she crashes in her plane in St. Louis in August of 2028. Okay, now the exact 11 times 23 months to the Black Hawk Down is amazing beyond words, because the 188th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word for woe! Exclamation mark. It is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. H188, okay? So the 188th prime number is 1123. So the number 1123 is a number that God uses as more symbolism for 188 and the word woe! Exclamation mark. And so that's why this is profound, because God continually, repeatedly uses this number 1123. And that's why we have this 11 times 23 months exact connection between the release of the movie Black Hawk Down with its rotor blade X mark symbolism in G129, which connects to the date 129. No, sorry, that connects to the day of the Carter-Harris prediction, prophetic sign, which in turn connects with 711 days to the Black Hawk helicopter crash. So the movie Black Hawk Down connects with 11 times 23 months exactly, and then 711 days exactly to the Black Hawk helicopter crash. That's amazing. That's amazing. Because of all of the reasons for how that's confirmed with the second witnesses, as I just explained. Now, the movie Black Hawk Down was released 129 days after 9/11, the big warning of judgment. So 9/11, in other words, this is so profound. 9/11 connects with 129 to the date 129 through the helicopters, the Black Hawk helicopters. The Black Hawk helicopters are symbolic of X, which ends up G129 in blood. And that's why we have, from the 9/11 prophetic warning, 129 days, which connects us to the date 129. The Twin Towers on 9/11 were symbolic of the two arms of a chromosome, which are altered through the mark of the Antichrist. What God did to confirm this is the following. Philip Petit. So the two arms of the chromosomes, the scientific term for the smaller of the two arms is the petite arm, which is French for small. The most central prophecy in the Bible is the 70 weeks prophecy, and it regards the timing of the arrival of the Antichrist. Philip Petit, the tightrope extreme performer, tightrope walker, evaded security at the Twin Towers exactly 70 weeks after they officially first opened, on the date 4/4, incidentally, and then walked across the Twin Towers and then became famous. His walk across the towers with a tightrope and a balancing pole with the man at the center was engendered a cross. At the beginning, in other words, of the Twin Towers, there was a famous cross. And when the Twin Towers collapsed, there was a perfectly proportioned 20-foot steel beam cross that stood upright in the debris field. Oh, thank you, Lord Jesus. I just realized something so huge, and it's personal. Because this cross today is in the 9/11 museum, and it played a big part in my coming to faith. And it was found in the debris field of Building 6. 6 is 2 times 3. Philip Petit walked across the Twin Towers exactly 70 weeks after they first opened on the date 4/4, which hints at 44. And that engendered a cross. There was a cross at the end of the Twin Towers, because that was at the beginning of the Twin Towers. In the end of the Twin Towers, there was a cross, a famous one, and it was in the debris field of Building 6, which is 2 times 3. And that's a pairing of 23 and 44, which confirms the signs and connections. Wow. Also, the date 44 in 1973, when the Twin Towers opened, was exactly 23 years after 44 in 1950, which was the official report submitted by the UN Trustee Council recommending that Jerusalem be made an international city, which is the biggest transgression the world will do in the end, led by the Antichrist, the 44th president, who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Okay, so what I was getting at too is I was establishing that the Twin Towers are actually symbolic of the two arms of a chromosome. In other words, God was warning of the mark of the Antichrist through the 9/11 events with the two chromosomes, the two arms of a chromosome. That's proven because Philip Petit walked across them exactly 70 weeks after they opened, and the small arm of the chromosomes is named Petite. Also, another confirmation of it is that the Twin Towers were replaced with the One World Tower. And if you look at that correctly, it is obviously resembling a thing. The things that are used to put the mark of the Antichrist inside people. The One World Tower, and also incidentally, the One World Tower and the Twin Towers looked like a giant 11. Because of Genesis chapter 11 regarding the Tower of Babel, which was a tower that attempted to reach heaven without God. It was a symbolism, an allegory for our current time with transhumanism technology attempting to make people immortal without God, which is the thing, which is why the Tower of Babel, the one world, because the world came together with the Tower of Babel. That's the story. The different peoples, the tribes of the world came together in a one world metaphor, allegory government in Babel, and attempted to reach God without God, become like God without God. Becoming immortal is like becoming God. That's the big thing. That's why death, people in our current condition cannot become immortal, because that would be like becoming God. It's a big responsibility to be given immortality, and you have to choose it, or choose this world. It's up to you. The ruler of this world will do his best to have you choose this world and him, instead of the kingdom to come and God. But what I'm saying is that that's what the One World Tower is symbolic of. It looks like a thing. Look at it. I can't say the word. It begins with a I-N and has a J-E-C and then ends with a shun. Okay? You know what I'm talking about. And that's clearly what it resembles. And anyway, that's more proof that the Twin Towers are symbolic of the two arms of a chromosome. And that's why 9/11 connects with 129 days to the big prophetic movie Black Hawk Down. There's more to the Blackhawks too, by the way, because the Blackhawks actually reveal Barack Obama as well. Because the Blackhawks hockey team play in Chicago, which is a city that God uses to symbolize Obama, who is from Chicago. And the Blackhawks visited Obama at the White House 3 times during his presidency. And they were part of this pattern, this cycle of all of the major sports teams of Chicago winning their championships during the time that in a 30-year period. Okay? Beginning with the Chicago Bears in 86, the 85 Bears, Obama moved to Chicago in 85. It ended with the Chicago Cubs visiting him at the White House 4 days before he left office in 2017, when star player number 44 presented him with jersey number 44. That player's name is Rice, in Italian, from what I recall. Let me see. Yes, Anthony Rizzo. And that's because the Antichrist will enforce the mark of the Antichrist through the restriction of buying and selling the rationed food through programmable digital currency. And so anyway, that completed the 30-year cycle. And in the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. And so this is symbolic of the Antichrist king. Well, anyway, the Chicago Blackhawks were a part of that pattern. And they visited him the first time on the day of the tsunami in Japan. And again, Japan is symbolism for mass demonic possession. And also the Blackhawks hinted the coming blackout, which will be triggered by the solar flare. And I predict that will be this August 13th. Well, anyway, so what I'm saying, though, is that Barack Obama will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. And 9/11 was 129 days, which hints at blood, to the Black Hawk Down helicopter, which hints at the X and the mark of the Antichrist, which in turn connects with this woe number to another aviation themed sign, which is Harris's emergency landing on the day of Carter Methuselah, which is symbolic of the flood. And the flood began on Genesis 7:11, which is why this sign was 711 days, to the date 129, which hints at the blood again, and the day of the Black Hawk helicopter crash. Do you see? This is so amazing. It's a woe. And it's woe because of what I'm about to get to. I've only just started. I did mention it at the beginning of the video, which was the beginning of the confirmation hearings for RFK Jr. That is where all of this is headed here. The 4+4 deaths in the Japanese, as in Japanime, demonic possession helicopters crash, was 4 times 4 days after the date 4/4, which was again when Alaska Airlines announced it had received 4 times $4 million from Boeing for the door that dropped on Portland. And that day, which I didn't mention earlier, this date 4/4 was exactly this. It was exactly 4,444.66% of a year, a calendar year, after the first day of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which is demonic possession symbolism when demons take hostage people's bodies during the 44th president's second presidency. The 444-day Iran hostage crisis led to Operation Eagle Claw, which ended in disaster for the U.S., when 4+4 deaths and 4 injured occurred of U.S. military personnel in a helicopter collision. And it was a helicopter that collided with a plane. Do you see? Because again, the helicopter crash with the plane in Washington, D.C. was 40 weeks and 4 days after the 4+4 deaths in the helicopter crash, same Black Hawk type of helicopter, which was 4 times 4 days after the date 4/4, when 4 times $4 million was declared, which was in turn 4,444% of a year after the first day of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which led to the attempt to rescue the hostages in Operation Eagle Claw that resulted in 4+4 deaths and 4 injured in a helicopter collision with a plane. A U.S. helicopter crash, military helicopter crash. On January 29th, there were 4 times 4 times 4 people on board the plane that collided with the helicopter, which hints at the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which is again all of this symbolism pointing to the coming mass demonic possession of those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. And again, as I'm about to explain, January 29th not only hints at blood, but it was also the day, and this is why, the day of the beginning of the Senate hearings for the confirmation of RFK Jr. And you know what that means. You know what that means. That means that what RFK Jr. has been saying is the truth. And incidentally, the reason why RFK Jr. has an issue with his voice is because it is symbolism for him being God's voice for truth. Now, if you didn't know this prior to this video, it's because you have been brainwashed by the media. The things that RFK Jr. has been saying are true regarding the things. And other things that he's been saying too. I'll elaborate in a second here. Okay, so in the helicopter crash in Washington, D.C., 3 people were on board, so 3 deaths. This was 3 days after the Kobe Bryant signs. Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash. Also, the runway that the plane was trying to get to was runway number 33. And this is also hinting at the Trinity bomb, and that's bomb symbolism, nuclear material weapons grade dirty bomb symbolism. Anyway, I can't elaborate on the Kobe Bryant signs right here, but for one thing, it's because I don't recall all of it. It was so long ago. And like I said at the beginning, it's all subjective. It really was, in my perspective, a very long time ago, because there's been so much that's happened since. You have no idea. The plane departed the 34th state. It is believed that Kamala Harris will crash on a Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. Simon and Garfunkel's first album released, which was Wednesday morning, 3 a.m., was released the day before the birth of Kamala Harris. The 34th state hints at 3 a.m. on the 4th day of the week. The connections regarding the charges that were dropped against Adams, the 110th mayor, point to Trump. Not only because Trump was instrumental in the charges being dropped, but also, again, Trump is God's trumpet, and the Israelites blew trumpets when they were led by Joshua, who died at the age of 110, when the walls of security collapsed. Hence the 110 stories in 9/11 in New York City, where Adams is the mayor of. The aircraft collision occurred at Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C. Well, it occurred right in the river, right before the airport, where Trump is the president. The name Vance is equal to 45 in simple English gematria. Okay, this is part of a pattern. Also, the name Vance is part of a pattern that got established with Trump Pence. Trump Pence, his Vice President Pence, Trump Pence hinted at trumpets. Well, this is a further elaboration on that. Trump Vance is also hinting at trumpets. Trump Vance, trumpets. But also, Trump was the 45th president, and the name Vance is equal to 45 in simple English gematria. But also, God is pointing to, with the name Vance, the Secretary of Defense for Jimmy Carter. Speaking of the connection to Jimmy Carter I mentioned a minute ago, the Secretary of Defense for Carter was Cyrus Vance. And King Cyrus, whom Trump is a type for, is described in Isaiah chapter 45. Trump being the 45th president. Now, Cyrus Vance was Jimmy Carter's Secretary of Defense just prior to his resignation. He resigned just prior to Operation Eagle Claw, which he objected to strongly. And so he resigned. And because Jimmy Carter went against his advice. And so Operation Eagle Claw ended in disaster with the 4 plus 4 deaths and the 4 injured, which hinted at the 444-day Iran hostage crisis, which also coincided with the final 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Now, the disaster in the Operation Eagle Claw was a collision between a helicopter and a plane. The disaster in Washington on January 29th was a collision between a helicopter and a plane. In a post on X, Vice President J.D. Vance said on January 29th, "Please say a prayer for everyone involved in the mid-air collision near Reagan Airport this evening. We're monitoring the situation, but for now, let's hope for the best. Vance will become the president after Trump's predicted death." But also, so Vance is prophetic here because he's talking about this collision between the helicopter and the plane, and that's what happened in Operation Eagle Claw. But Vance is also connected to Operation Eagle Claw, as I just explained. Okay, now also, Vance mentioned Reagan Airport. By the way, I expected a prophetic sign involving J.D. Vance prior to January 29th. And that's why this was learned. Vance also mentioned Reagan Airport. Well, Reagan became the president on the 444th day of the Iran hostage crisis, on the first day of his presidency, on his inauguration day, when Jimmy Carter left office. So Reagan also connects to the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. In fact, some say that one of the reasons why Jimmy Carter lost the presidency or the election is because of the 444-day to Reagan, because of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. Okay, so Vance, I should say, ties it all together here also. Now, Kamala Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash on her way to or from Trump's funeral in Washington, D.C. So we have the plane crash in Washington, D.C., but it also connects to Kamala Harris because the plane departed the 34th state, and she's predicted to die on 3 a.m. on the 4th day of the week. Anyway, the point is that it's predicted that she's not in Washington anymore, but she will be coming to Washington for Trump's predicted funeral in 2028. And so, in other words, that's part of how or why the collision in Washington, D.C. here is part of a pattern that's also not only pointing to the predicted dirty bombs in New York City, but the coming end of the Trump's and the death of Trump, and then the death of Kamala Harris on her way to or from the funeral. Much of the media said that the Uranus building was leaning on a 45-degree angle. Whether it was literally 45 degrees or not is irrelevant. Its demolition began on the date 4/5, which was the day that Diddy posted his victory video starring Dennis Hopper, and this pointed to the 45th anniversary of Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million because, again, Dennis Hopper starred in Apocalypse Now. And it was prior even to P. Diddy posting his victory video in defiance on the date 4/5 that it was recognized that God was pointing to this victory video, and the reason being in order to point to the movie Apocalypse Now and its 45th anniversary of its release, because the movie cost $45 million. That was all recognized even before the date 4/5. And it was recognized after two of P. Diddy's mansions, or his two mansions, were raided by the FBI in late March. And the two raids of the two mansions is also part of a pattern that is pointing to or revealing the two predicted dirty bombs in New York City, which will be apocalyptic. Okay, and so let's see. This is just, I guess, more confirmation of the 45-degree angle Uranus building because of the connection through P. Diddy on the same day as the beginning of the demolition of the demolition, I should say, of the Uranus building on the date 4/5 when P. Diddy posted his video Victory. All right. Now, some stories say 25 degrees was the angle that the Uranus building was leaning on. And I think this, too, is relevant because it was the strongest earthquake in Taiwan in 25 years. We covered this earlier. And again, if you recall, 25 degrees, or 25 is the ninth semi-prime number, 45 is the ninth triangular number. And on this same day, there were 9 rescued from the 9 Turns cave. And God pairs 9 and 44, and we had all of the 44 connections, as I've explained, because the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009. All right, now, a couple of weeks ago, this is still January 29th that I'm writing this. A couple of weeks ago, there was less clarity and understanding. When there was less clarity and understanding, it was believed that God was pointing to January 29th in regards to J.D. Vance. Well, actually, that was the case. As I explained earlier, we had the prophetic sign, which was J.D. Vance's tweet regarding the explosion on the day, which pointed back to Cyrus Vance and all that with the helicopter and plane collision. I explained that earlier. Okay. It was at one point believed Vance would die on January 19th. Which demonstrates how strong the evidence was that January 29th related to Vance. Come to think of it, the first time January 29th came to mind regarding Vance was in between the sleep and awake state. What is amazing is that we indeed receive a Vance sign on January 29th. Again, he posted his prayer comments on X regarding the helicopter and plane collision. Helicopter rotor blades symbolize an X. This is relevant because the military helicopter and plane collision in Washington, D.C. pointed to the resignation of Cyrus Vance, as in Isaiah chapter 45, King Cyrus, as in Vance equals 45 in simple English gematria. And again, this was a crash in Washington, D.C. before the military helicopter and plane collision due to Operation Eagle Claw. So I'm just re-emphasizing what I said earlier. But actually what I said earlier, it was because of the clarity regarding this in this paragraph that came after what I wrote before. Okay, anyway. The aviation disaster in Washington served far more than a confirmation step in the trail of signs to the predicted bomb in New York City, or Harris's predicted death in a plane crash. It pointed to the Senate hearings in Washington, and specifically the hearing for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one of God's 2 witnesses. So this is why the collision between the plane and the Black Hawk helicopter, with its mark of the Antichrist symbolism, again, through the helicopters and guide signs symbolizing the dragon, and also the rotor blade symbolizing the X, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been criticizing for many years, and is like the figure that symbolizes criticism of the things. Now, this is a revelation that's so huge, obviously, if it's true. And it is true. God's 2 witnesses have been revealed. And like Jesus explained to his disciples regarding John the Baptist, it was only those who had the eyes to see that were able to recognize that John the Baptist was the promised Elijah at the end of the book of Malachi in the prophecy. Jesus said, for those with the ability to understand and see it, John the Baptist was Elijah. But most people were not able to recognize that at the time. The same is true regarding the two witnesses. And of course, this would be the way it would be. Did you really think that all quote-unquote Christians would be able to clearly know and recognize who the two witnesses are, and all the quote-unquote and all the others, all the non-quote-unquote Christians would not be able to recognize it? Is that the way you thought it would work? The same applies to the mark of the Antichrist. Did you really think that every single quote-unquote Christian would know for sure, because it was broadcast across the sky or something, and that the other people that aren't quote-unquote Christians would not be able to recognize it, but every quote-unquote Christian would? No, that's not how it is going to work, and nor is it how it worked, because of course the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. We just went through it, and one of the primary purposes of the mark of the Antichrist is to separate the wheat from the tares. And that's why many quote-unquote Christians were not able to recognize that the mark of the Antichrist was the mark of the Antichrist, the thing. That's how it had to be. It was never going to be. I mean, I've talked to people about this, and they're like, well, no, that couldn't be the mark of the Antichrist because my priest would tell me so. Or something to that effect, right? But they've missed the entire understanding of what the mark of the Antichrist is. They've missed it entirely. That's not how it's going to work. The majority of quote-unquote Christians are even not going to recognize it. It's a tool God is using to separate his true faithful from the nominal quote-unquote Christians, which of course there are a lot of. They're the majority. The majority of quote-unquote Christians are nominal. Not just Catholics, though. Catholicism is by definition nominal Christianity. That's not to say that there aren't true Christians that are Catholics, but if they are, it's in spite of their Catholicism, not because of it. But it's not only Catholics that are nominal Christians. It is in all denominations, including the evangelical church. And it's not just the quote-unquote liberal Christians. I mean, there's somewhat of a civil war in evangelical Christianity today for good reason. And it isn't a case of the truth being somewhere in the middle. No, no, no. There is one side that is completely wrong, and they are the tares. But even within conservative Christian circles, conservative evangelical Christian circles, the ones that understand what's going on even to a certain degree, if you will, regarding the fight against evil and how God is using Trump, etc. Even within that, you still have people that have taken the mark of the Antichrist. I mean, so anyway, my point in saying all of this is to further demonstrate to you to think a second time regarding how these two witnesses will be revealed. The passages regarding the description of the two witnesses are allegorical. It's symbolism. It's not necessarily literal. I mean, RFK Jr. may at some point call fire from the sky. That remains to be seen. But it's not necessary. It's only allegorical. Like the rest of the book of Revelation. It's allegory. I mean, it's not actually a literal dragon, for example, in the next chapter, right? It's a metaphor. It's symbolism. Well, same with chapter 11 and every other chapter. I mean, it's not to be taken literally. It's allegory. It's symbolism. Okay? I once heard Chuck Missler say that the more he learns about the book of Revelation, or rather Bible prophecy, the more he is inclined to interpret it literally. He couldn't be more wrong. I don't know what he was thinking. But then again, I don't know why I got into this tangent, because it just came to mind how he said this once upon a time, so I might as well just finish what I'm saying. There is too much, in my opinion, high regard for Chuck Missler. He's great, and he is very important, and he did amazing work for the Lord, but a lot of what he did was collection of other people's discoveries and just presented them. I wouldn't say he was, in my opinion, I don't think he's a genius or a great thinker. He, for example, was unable to recognize that the Pope is clearly identified as the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, and that's pretty basic. And there are a lot of evangelicals that are in that same boat as Chuck Missler, but that doesn't excuse it. It's just not, it's not good discernment. It's not good hermeneutics. It's not good theology. It's not good. Anyway, also, Chuck Missler was unable to recognize the Revelation chapter 12 sign. He, in fact, came against it. The sign that was fulfilled in the night sky in September of 2017. So anyway, the point is that it's actually the opposite. The more you learn about prophecy, the more you can be able to appreciate what the symbolism is meaning. The Lord works in symbols, and you need to, for example, incorporate Old Testament prophecy. I mean, the book of Revelation has so many connections to Old Testament prophecy, and that is the key to understanding the symbolism in the book of Revelation in many cases, right? And so that's my point. For those that are thinking that we will know when the two witnesses are here because they will start calling fire down from the sky, that's not how it's going to work. And God, furthermore, has revealed overwhelmingly, like beyond a doubt, that the two witnesses that speak truth, that's the primary purpose of the two witnesses, right? That speak truth and righteousness and fight evil are Trump and RFK Jr. They joined forces the day that RFK Jr. suspended his campaign and then stepped onto the stage with Trump at the rally, at which time there were columns of fire shooting up from behind them. There's fire from the sky symbolism for you, speaking of Revelation chapter 11 and the fire being called down from the heavens. That actually was a part of the symbolic sign. But that day, on that day, RFK Jr. was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. And it was exactly 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days after Trump's inauguration when he turned 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. There's much more than just that, believe me, in God's signs. But that is enough. That is enough. What I just explained. And what I'm explaining in this video. Because what I am explaining in this video is, in fact, why God pointed to January 29th. And it is for pointing to RFK Jr. and his words, as in witness. He spoke truth at the Senate hearings. This was very important, very symbolic. He spoke to the U.S. government. He spoke to the Senate committee and the world regarding things like the mark of the Antichrist. With his voice, as I mentioned earlier, the reason why RFK Jr. has an issue with his voice is that God is pointing to his voice through his issue with his voice, saying that RFK Jr. is God's voice, the one crying out for justice and righteousness regarding the corruption and the evil. Is RFK Jr. correctly positioned on every single political issue? No. It's all symbolism. So those that are expecting the two witnesses to be the greatest examples in all of history of piety and purity and not having ever sinned in their life. No. That's not how it works. That's Jesus. These are the two witnesses speaking the truth. And it's all symbolism. What has God been using Trump for the last 7-8 years? Exposing the corruption and the evil. It causes the left to go mad with their Trump derangement syndrome, because the truth is that their spirits are in communion with demons. And it's like a dark kitchen with the light off, turning the light on, and the cockroaches go scurrying. They're crazed over the exposure of the lies and the corruption, right? They don't know all of this consciously, of course, like big time. They don't know it consciously, but they as you probably know if you are a conservative, they are on the side of evil, and Trump's been exposing that through, for one thing, their attacks on him. Why do they attack him so much? Why do they hate him so much? Because what he represents is God's witness, speaking the truth. And so, like classic communist tactic, they accuse everything that he says as being a lie, but everything they say is a lie and misinformation, etc. Okay, so anyway, if you still disagree with what I'm saying, fair enough. But when the prediction comes to pass, know that it's case closed. It's end of debate. And believe me, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction that is from God. It is to prove what I have just said. It will prove that this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. It will prove it to be true, and it will prove that this big picture of signs, patterns, and connections has the purpose of it is to prove these controversial things. That's the reason for the big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. As I said probably earlier, it would be one thing if God were to tap someone on the shoulder and say, hey, tell the world that such and such is going to happen. That's not the point. The point is to communicate the information that's controversial, that wouldn't otherwise be able to be proven without prophecy. It's like the Bible. 1/3 of the Bible is prophecy for the purpose of proving it. The disciples recognized that Jesus was the Messiah through his fulfillment of prophecy. Well, we can know through his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which Jesus commanded all of his disciples to watch for, even though a fraction of a fraction are actually watching for signs. And if you asked the average Christian today, quote unquote, if they could name one prophetic sign, they wouldn't even understand the question. But the prophetic signs are for a reason. And unlike the vast majority of those who watch for the prophetic signs, it's not for the purpose of saying, hey, church, I'm coming soon. Here's another sign that you don't know what it really means because you don't understand the connections to the other prophetic signs, because the true intended meaning of any of God's prophetic signs cannot be properly or fully understood without their connections and context with the other prophetic signs, which is only being explained on this channel. And so you get these little tidbits here and there with these signs that these people are able to recognize once in a while, even though they're missing the vast majority of the signs, and they have no real clue as to what it really means, other than, well, hey, as it's often put, they're like road signs going down the highway. You're this close. Now you're this close. You're getting closer to the upcoming gas station or whatever, right? You're 5 miles away now. Now you're 4 miles away. No, that's not how it's working. It's not for the purpose of these once in a while signs that go, hey, you're getting close, church. It's almost time for the rapture. And that's how they only, and really most of the people interpret the signs as being somehow communicating the timing of the rapture, even though God is communicating so many other things that they're completely missing. And for example, it is to reveal the identity of the two witnesses. And this will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. And this is the purpose of the prediction. Make no mistake. I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction, okay? Okay, so that said, there are other videos on this channel that have titled The Two Witnesses and have that incorporated into the titles. And even probably more videos than just that, that's explaining more about how it is that God has revealed these signs, many signs that aren't explained right now. I mean, I just told you one thing, that's all. The 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days connections. But there's many others, and it'll all be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. These are the two witnesses. Now, part of the story of the plane crash in Washington is how a number of prominent members of the U.S. figure skating community died in the crash. Okay, so this is a really big, important part of this story. You might recall, the media was talking about it. The plane that was from the 34th state, like I mentioned, Kansas, most of the people on the plane were prominent members of the U.S. figure skating community. And so the following day, and maybe also the day after, the media was following this figure skating story. If you recall, even for example, the grief that was recorded in front of the cameras with, what's her name? Nancy Kerrigan, I think. Okay, because she was part of that community where the figure skaters were from. Okay, so this is God. In other words, God is pointing to this. Now, why is the U.S. figure skating team important? Obviously, it is, given all of the significance of the plane crash that I've led up to until now. So why, and again, like I mentioned earlier, even the number of deaths on the plane, 4 times 4 times 4. So what's with the U.S. figure skating team? Well, here you'll learn the answer. The only place you will hear the truth about the prophetic significance of not only the plane crash, like I'm saying, but even drilling into the details, the U.S. figure skating team community. Okay, so there are many articles that reference the eerie coincidence to the plane crash in 1961, and this is it. God, through the figure skating team on this plane crash, was pointing to the other plane crash through the eerie coincidences. To the plane crash in 1961 that killed 6 plus 6 plus 6 members of the U.S. figure skating team, as well as coaches and family members. On January 29th was day 1 for RFK Jr.'s confirmation hearings in Washington. Day 2 for RFK Jr. was also the beginning of the hearings for Tulsi Gabbard, for the head of the DNI, and Kash Patel, for the head of the FBI. This was also the day of the press conference in which Trump trumpeted the aviation disaster the night before. It was a conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy within U.S. intelligence that had President JFK. Okay, I wrote this poorly. So it's a conspiracy that U.S. intelligence had President JFK killed. Okay, here's what I meant to say. It was a conspiracy within U.S. intelligence that had President JFK killed. On November 22nd, 2023, exactly 840 days, which is the equivalent of exactly 120 weeks, after Obama, whose name in Hebrew gematria equals 84, hence 840 days, was born on the date 8-4. Okay, so Obama was born on the date 8-4. His name is equal to 84. And exactly 840 days after he was born was the day that the president was killed by U.S. intelligence, a conspiracy within it. Barack Obama, the name, is equal to 408 in English gematria, and he was born 4,080 hours after the plane crash that killed 6 plus 6 plus 6 U.S. figure skating team members in 1961, which included the 4 times 4-year-old who was famous and was nicknamed America's Queen of the Ice. All right. Now, I think I go into the story a little later, but if I don't, just in case, the plane was on its way to, I think, World Games or maybe even the Olympics when the plane crashed. I don't think it was the Olympics, though, but they were in Europe. They were on their way, in other words, that's not relevant. They were on their way to a big international competition, is the point. And so they were representing America, which gives this America judgment symbolism, God's Gentile nation. And the 44th president of America is the Antichrist. Well, that's why, and he's the Antichrist king, and that's why America's queen, because God is using this pattern of queens and kings in his signs to ultimately point to the Antichrist king, and for whom is symbolic the king of Egypt in the Bible. And that's why she was 16, okay? The queen of ice, of the ice. America's queen of the ice, 4 times 4 years old, as in the America's king president, the 44th president. Okay, and furthermore, again, it was 6 plus 6 plus 6 U.S. figure skating team members that were killed. So that gives us 666, which is confirmation that indeed America's Queen of the Ice is symbolic or pointing to the Antichrist, whose number is 666 in Bible prophecy. And again, the date of the crash connects profoundly to the birth of Obama, because Barack Obama is equal to 408, and he was born 4,080 hours after the plane crash. Okay? This is amazing. And again, Obama also in turn, that's a 408 and a 4,080. And it connects to the date 84 when Obama was born, and his name is equal to, Obama is equal to 84. And that connects with 840 days to the death of the President JFK. Did you see that? I'll repeat that. From the death of the 4 times 4-year-old Queen of the Ice, in which 6 plus 6 plus 6 were killed. Antichrist, right? We have this 4 and 8 connection to the birth of Obama, whose name, with 4,080 hours, to the birth of Obama on the date 8-4, another 8 and a 4, and his name, Barack Obama, is also including an 8 and a 4. And then from the birth of Obama, it's another 8 and a 4 to the death of JFK. And that hints at his nephew's confirmation hearing on the same day as the deaths in Washington, which involved the U.S. figure skating team. Do you see that? God is the master. How creative is that? How creative is that? There's more, by the way, but wait a second. How creative is that? He used the U.S. figure skating team and the assassination of JFK to confirm that RFK Jr. is one of the 2 witnesses who's speaking truth about the thing industry with his confirmation hearing, speaking truth to the identity of the mark of the Antichrist through his confirmation hearing. Do you see that? The Antichrist, these numbers here, the birth of the Antichrist, clear as day, connecting to the U.S. figure skating team's crash in 61, to the death of JFK. And this all points to the nephew of his who spoke truth to the thing and evil on the day of the U.S. figure skating plane crash. Now, you might think, well, there must be a little bit more, and you're right. There must be a little bit more. there's more to the significance of U.S. figure skating. All right? It's so amazing. But you see what I'm getting at so far, right? It's all confirmed with the numbers and connections here. Now, we just need to figure out what exactly is symbolized with figure skating. Figure skating is an Olympic sport that is known for corruption and doping scandals. That's right. That's right. The doping of the skaters is done with things. Take that in for a second. How is the doping done? Figure skating is definitely known for its doping and corruption. Everyone knows that. How is it administered? That's right. On the day of the hearing for RFK Jr., speaking truth to the U.S. government regarding the corruption and the thing industry, which is why he was selected by Trump, the other witness. On that day was this U.S. figure skating team, and that symbolizes the things and corruption. The mark of the Antichrist is the CVD, begins with an M, middle letter, the letter is R, middle letter N, and the last letter A, thing. Okay, that is the mark of the Antichrist. I explained that earlier. RFK Jr. is God's voice for truth regarding the corrupt thing and pharma, ends with a pharmaceutical industry. This is the reason why the plane and national level figure skaters on board crashed in Washington just hours after RFK Jr.'s first hearing in Washington. Do you understand how brilliant God is with his signs here? He is I just said it a minute ago, but I'll say it again. I mean, there's no he's the Leonardo da Vinci of prophetic signs. What can you say? What can you say, right? He is the creator. And that's so creative. But it's so very serious. If you didn't believe me before, perhaps you do now. Of course, when the prediction comes to pass, if you are listening to this video after the prediction, of course, that statement is not relevant, because if you still don't believe, then I wish you the best. You are not going to make it. But anyway, you see what I'm saying? The signs are so very clear. Now, so back to this. We're just getting started here a little bit. It's national level figure skaters too, right? It's symbolic of the nation. It's judgment on the nation. It happened in Washington, D.C., this crash, right after RFK Jr.'s first hearing, like, what? I don't know, a mile or two away, right? I don't know how close the Reagan airport is, but yeah, it's right there, and it's just hours apart. God was definitely communicating the corruption and doping scandals within the figure skating community. And the scandals of doping and corruption, not just nationally, but internationally, because, again, the first plane, even on this plane crash, there was, from what I understand, some Russian figure skater people. But the other plane in 61 was also, again, on its way to an international competition. Or maybe it was returning from it, I forget. But I think it was on its way. Anyway, there's more to this story here. It's just amazing. Now, the mark of the Antichrist, as I just said, is the CVD thing. And this is why the plane crash with figure skaters on board pointed back to the plane crash in 61 with 6 plus 6 plus 6 U.S. figure skating team members on board. And 666 in Bible prophecy is also not only associated with the Antichrist, but also the mark of the Antichrist. So that's why, again, don't forget, the plane with the figure skating team on it crashed into the Black Hawk helicopter. And again, the helicopters are being used in God's signs for the X, which is more Antichrist X symbolism. Okay. Now, and again, that 61 plane crash was 4,080 hours before the Antichrist was born, whose name equals 408, and who was born on the date 8/4, as I explained a couple of times already, right? And again, his birth was 840 days before the death of JFK, which points to RFK. The plane crash in 2025 occurred, and also, by the way, wait a second, I almost missed maybe the most important thing. JFK was assassinated by the U.S. government, a corrupt conspiracy within the government. That's a fact, right? And I'm actually, just to give you my bona fides here, I'm not a conspiracy theorist type. I don't have that particular personality. Like, I don't believe that bombs blew up the Twin Towers. I do believe that astronauts visited the moon. Okay, just to let you know. Because if you don't know and you think that it's some kind of conspiracy theory like the wild ones, like the earth is flat, regarding the assassination of JFK, well, so Satan works both sides of the aisle here. He gets the wild ones to be the crazy ones, to get the really conservative ones that will to get people to never ever believe any of the other conspiracies, because there are true conspiracies. And one of the detrimental things that the lunatic conspiracy theories do is they discredit those who are talking about the real conspiracies. That's the unfortunate thing. And the assassination of JFK was a real thing, a real conspiracy from within the U.S. government. That's a fact. There's all kinds of evidence on that, and it's not hard to find at all, and it's very clear. Okay? Now, but people have been turned off from even being interested in the subject because of the labeling of conspiracy theory, because of the conspiracy theorists that don't think we went to the moon. But what God is communicating here, because of this fact regarding the conspiracy within the U.S. government to kill the president, that's a fact. Because of that, and also the timing of the beginning of the hearing of Tulsi Gabbard, for example, and Kash Patel, also at the beginning of RFK Jr.'s Senate hearings, what God is communicating, and get this, because this is the biggest aspect of all of this, really, is that the CVD disease and the thing that was supposed to counter it were in truth a conspiracy from within the U.S. government. It's a fact. All right? It's a controversial thing, but it's not going to be controversial anymore when the prediction comes to pass. That's the purpose of this prediction that is from God. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a speculation. There's all kinds of evidence. You don't need prophecy to know this. For example, RFK Jr. knows this without what I'm explaining here in this video with the Bible prophecy and the prophetic signs confirming it all. You don't actually need it. But for those that don't know this already, maybe you do need it, and that's the purpose of this video and this prediction. The CVD disease was designed and timed for the referendum that happened in the year 2020 in order to shoplift it. And there are many other nefarious things for why the thing to counter the CVD disease, including reducing the number of people that are in the world. That's one thing. There's more, though. But ultimately, it's from Satan. But I don't want to jump ahead. Let's just go back to the government being behind all of this nefariousness. This is the truth about what is going on. The mark of the Antichrist was a DoD operation. And if I remember to, I will leave a link in the description box below that explains more. Some of you may, even those that are really into the seeking the truth, may not understand that fully. How it was that the thing was in fact a DoD operation. All right? And if I failed to remember, you can look it up for yourself. Look for the interview with RFK Jr. and Sasha Latapova. Look for their interview, okay? Or rather, their conversation on RFK Jr.'s podcast. I think it's from about a year or two ago. Okay, so where was I here? So now, okay, we had the plane crash in Washington just hours after RFK Jr.'s hearing began in Washington. The plane with the figure skating is symbolic of the corruption and the things, because that's how the doping is administered, and the X of the helicopter blades. Okay, so, and we had the 666 with the figure skating team. And we had the connection to the death of JFK too. JFK as well. Now, let's recall that the date of the plane crash was January 29th. And again, 129 hints at G129, the word for blood. That's why all of this is happening, including the beginning of RFK Jr.'s Senate confirmation hearing on this date. It's because it hints at G129, the word for blood. Now, because that's how the thing is administered, the mark of the Antichrist, through a person's blood. It's like the opposite of Christ's blood that saves. This mark kills the blood, the life force. Now, the CVD thing is put into a person's blood, and it corrupts a person's blood. The crash occurred on a clear night. I'm talking about the one on January 29th, in which the new moon was a prophetic sign. If you recall, at the beginning of this video, I was speaking about the relevance of the new moon on this day, the Chinese Lunar New Year, in fact. And that was a sign, and it was clearly seen. Or rather, it was a clear night, for which, well, you don't really see a new moon, do you? But it would have been above the incident. Although it would be a new moon, so you wouldn't be able to really see it. Now, January 29th was the Chinese Lunar New Year of the snake. So this is the year of the snake, It began on January 29th. Not only is a snake bite symbolic of the CVD disease, because the truth of the matter is that the protruding amino acid chain that made the CVD disease infectious and caused illness, and in really old people it caused death. The reason is because that protruding amino acid chain is snake venom, and that's why all of the because it's a chimera. It was attached to a bat, virus, in the lab in China, and so you had the snake venom attached to the bat. VI ends with a RUS, and that's why the symptoms were very mysterious. Then, if you recall, the scientific community, the doctors were saying we are baffled with the unusual symptoms of this particular supposedly respiratory VI ends with the RUS. And that's because it wasn't typical. It was something that involved snake venom. And then there was, for example, the study in the early days, before you weren't allowed to do such studies kind of thing, at the University of Arizona, saying that those who had died had in their blood the chemical tracers in extremely high amounts of the thing that's related to snake venom. I forget all the scientific details, right? So anyway, that's the truth. And what we are talking about here, though, is the prophetic beginning of the year of the snake. Wow. January 29th, right? The day of RFK Jr.'s hearing regarding basically the thing, because that's why he's God's witness and why he's in his position. It's a result of what happened during the years prior, which was the CVD thing. And so God positioned RFK Jr. to be testifying, as in witnessing, as in two witnesses, testifying on this day of the beginning of the year of the snake. And the thing, the CVD disease is snake venom, but also the CVD thing that's supposed to counter the CVD disease is also snake venom, and it is a snake bite. Which is why, for example, in the beginning, one needed to take two of them at the same time or whatever, because that's symbolism of the two fangs of a snake. And speaking of two, we are expecting two dirty bombs. I wonder if actually the two dirty bombs are symbolic of the two fangs in some way. Anyway, that's a random thought. Sorry. Well, where was I here now? So it's the year of the snake, and the CVD thing to counter the CVD disease is essentially snake venom, as I just said. The mark of the Antichrist is symbolized by an X. In God's signs, helicopter rotor blades in helicopter crashes are symbolic of an X and the mark of the Antichrist. This is why the plane with figure skaters in Washington crashed with a helicopter. It was a military helicopter in Washington, D.C. And just to state that again, the figure skaters are symbolic of the thing, the CVD thing, as well as our helicopters. So the two crashed together. It was a military helicopter in Washington, D.C., because the CVD thing rollout was a government military operation. That's also, incidentally, what's hinted at with Operation Eagle Claw. Again, all of this remember earlier in this video, This is a really long video, I realize, but remember earlier I was talking about the connections back to the 444-day hostage crisis and the Operation Eagle Claw, which was also a crash between a helicopter and a plane. Well, that hints at a military operation. And that is the thing here. God is communicating that, confirming through the signs that the CVD rollout and the thing that was to counter it, all of it was a military operation. Right? And if you recall, it connected through the military helicopter crashes, the two of the Japanese ones, and it connects to RFK Jr.'s hearing regarding a crash with a U.S. military helicopter in what was U.S. military airspace. Or rather, the helicopter unintentionally exited briefly the military airspace, etc. It's because all of this hints at how the CVD that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was testifying about, essentially, was a military operation, a conspiracy. That's why JFK is brought into this as well. That's why Tulsi Gabbard and her confirmation at the same time, and Kash Patel, the truth speakers. It's a military operation. It was. And it still is. RFK Jr. wrote a book. What did he title that book? The book that I'm referring to is The Wuhan Cover-Up. And the terrifying BIO ends with a weapons arms race. That's the truth behind all of it. It was, it's all about the BIO ends with a weapons arms race, which was then used against its own people, the American citizens. Because after Trump and Brexit, these elites, these ideologues, these globalists in the DEEP state were threatened by these populist movements that threaten the status quo and the international order of things, and from NATO to the European Union. And it threatened so much, including exposing the corruption. And part of that is the... so anyway, they because of that threat that emerged in 2016 and 17 with Brexit and Trump, they refocused their tools, their methods and science and psychology that they have used for decades to manipulate the outcomes of foreign leadership and elections and coups abroad. They turned that inward onto their own populations, and hence the current information psychological war we are currently in. And okay, so let's see. Time to finish this paragraph, maybe. So I was talking about how the snake bite and the X on the rotor blades, it's a military helicopter Okay, so the truth is the CVD thing and the thing that was supposed to counter it was all a DOD, a military operation, okay? That's the fact, and the prediction will prove it. That's the purpose of this prediction. And as explained, the military helicopter in Washington, D.C., because the CVD as explained, the signs on January 29th included Vice President J.D. Vance. And as explained, the name Vance is part of the prophetic connection. Vance is equal to 45 in simple English gematria, and the inverse of 45 is 0.022. The number 22 is symbolic of an X and the mark of the Antichrist. Because the X letter in ancient Hebrew was the 22nd letter. The Tav was an X. And it was the 22nd letter. And the letters of the Hebrew alphabet are also symbols for things. And the last letter, the 22nd letter of the Hebrew alphabet, is the symbol for a mark. And so God is using the number 45 for this purpose also. And for example, the 45th anniversary of the movie Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million that I mentioned earlier is 220 days before the predicted 2 dirty bombs and the Apocalypse Now beginning in New York City on March 22nd. So the number 22 is symbolic of an X and the mark of the Antichrist. All of these connections that converge on the day RFK Jr.'s first hearing served to confirm that RFK Jr. is God's voice for truth regarding the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist. Hopefully that's clear. I slowed down a little bit. I'm getting tired. I've been speaking for probably like 3 hours now on this video. I also just ate lunch. So anyway, I'm doing my best, and hopefully I'm keeping it interesting while still communicating this extremely profound information. RFK Jr. and him being the second of the 2 witnesses, and him witnessing in the Senate hearings on this date, January 29th. Okay? Which again hints at G129 in blood. The following is further confirmation. God uses firsts for prophetic signs. The first and only time an Olympic medal was stripped from a figure skater occurred on January 29th in 2024. Exactly 4 plus 4 plus 4 months before, 4 times 4 times 4 people died on a plane that had national level figure skaters. Okay, get that. Wow, right? And again, figure skating is associated with corruption and the doping scandals. That's what happened here. The first and only time an Olympic medal was stripped from a figure skater. Well, what's that about? That's about the things that are used to administer the doping. She was stripped of her medal on January 29th. This date that means blood, G129. And it was exactly 4 plus 4 plus 4 months before 4 times 4 times 4 people died in Washington on a plane that had national level figure skaters, because the 44th president in Washington is the Antichrist. The plane crash in Washington that killed 4 times 4 times 4 people was in turn exactly 4 times 4 weeks. Okay, skip that. Well, what's interesting is that ultimately Kamala Harris is going to die in a plane crash. Now, I believe that it'll be on August 2nd, 2028. But what's interesting is that the name of the Russian figure skater who was stripped of her medal is Camilla, as in Kamala. Kamala Harris. And she was a Russian skater, which is why 4+ months later, one of the people in the story regarding the plane crash, one of the people that was on the plane was a prominent Russian skater. After the hearings for RFK Jr., Gabbard, and Patel, the nation's civil war, at the hearings of RFK Jr., Gabbard, and Patel, the nation's civil war was on full display. Some of the Democrats' questions for Patel regarded the sixth day of the first month in the year that ended in 21, which was a civil war event. The sixth day of the first month was exactly 9 + 9 + 9 years. The number 9 symbolizes judgment in God's signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. The most important number in God's signs, patterns, and connections is the number 9. And God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. Okay, so this extremely important day, the sixth day of the first month, was exactly 9 + 9 + 9 years after the infamous physical attack on Nancy Kerrigan by her competitor, Tanya Harding. That's a civil war. They were U.S. Olympic figure skating teammates. And the hiring of a man to hit Kerrigan's knee with a police baton so that she wouldn't be able to participate in that year's Olympics for the same team was symbolic of a civil war. The attack connected to the civil war on the sixth day of the first month, which in turn was exactly 212 weeks before the figure skating plane crash and the Civil War Senate hearings on January 29th. Do you see that? Nancy Kerrigan, the Civil War event, the very famous time when right before the Olympics, her teammate attacked her, Tanya Harding, with a police baton. All right? Now, that connected to the sixth day of the first month, the very symbolic date of the Civil War. And if you are on the blue team, you do not know the truth about what happened on that day. And yes, it's a conspiracy, but it's a true one. And it's very easy to learn that it is true if you just would not consume only the propaganda. And it truly is wicked, evil propaganda, like literally evil, designed to ultimately persecute God's true faithful. That's the spiritual truth. Part of this agenda to increasingly make Christians the enemy and make them into so-called domestic terror ends with an ism. Anyway, so clearly this is relevant, right? We have the Civil War symbolism with the Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding incident right before the U.S. Olympics. And then this connects, let's see, what it connects with exactly 9 + 9 + 9 years. That's classic, right? 9 + 9 + 9 years. Was that all? I guess if it was 94. Well, anyway, I guess it would be. So, I'm sure it is. Actually, I'm just thinking about it out loud myself again. But I wouldn't have written it if it weren't true. I mean, it's possible that I make a mistake, but this one I wouldn't. Anyway, whatever. So clearly we have the. And it's Washington too. The sixth day of the first month was in Washington, which symbolizes the nation. And we have the connection to the U.S. Olympics figure skating team and the Civil War. And then the Civil War on the sixth day of the first month, in turn, connects with 212 weeks to the figure skating crash on January 29th. Now, the reason why 212 weeks is relevant is because on January 29th was the prophetic sign involving the mayor of New York City and the dropping of the charges, and the area code for Manhattan is 212. That's amazing. In other words, it's confirming what we are talking about, which is the prediction for the dirty bombs in Manhattan, the area code 212. 2 bombs. It is predicted that dirty bombs in Manhattan will further escalate the Civil War. The figure skaters plane crash on January 29th was about an explosion. And this too confirms the relevance of the exact 212 weeks connection, which connects back to the other Civil War event involving the U.S. national level figure skating. Well, no, that connected with 9 plus 9 plus 9 years, but the Civil War event on the 6th day of the first month in Washington connects with 212 weeks to the figure skating plane crash in Washington, which, by the way, is area code 202 on January 29th. Okay, now, so we have the Tonya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan Civil War connect through the Civil War on the 6th day of the first month to the other plane crash involving the figure skating team. The question is, how does the signs, which includes an explosion, because that's how the figure skating team crashed or died in an explosion, how does this explosion on January 29th connect to the predicted explosions in the area code 212? Well, I'll just jump ahead, since we're on the subject of Manhattan and the area code 212. January 29th is 2 times 26 days, which hints at 226, which is the 206th and the 226th word in the Hebrew concordance is the word that means prophetic sign. And so the plane crash with its explosion is a prophetic sign that connects with a number that symbolizes prophetic sign to the predicted explosion in New York City. Now, the other prophetic signs involving RFK Jr. that connect profoundly to this day of his hearing on January 29th. There are other prophetic signs involving RFK Jr. that connect profoundly to the day of his hearing on January 29th, which again hints at G129 and the word for blood. And these other prophetic signs further supports that through these signs and connections, God is communicating that RFK Jr. is one of the 2 witnesses that are described in Bible prophecy. January 29th was 1 year, 9 months, and 10 days after RFK Jr. announced that he was running for president on April 19th, 2023. The mark of the Antichrist thing will induce demonic possession in those who have taken it, and this is symbolized by Revelation 9:11. And RFK Jr. is about the mark of the Antichrist. And this is what 1 year, 9 months, and 10 days hints at. It hints at Revelation 9:11, which symbolizes the coming demonic possession induced by the mark of the Antichrist thing. Elijah in the Bible is a type for the 2 witnesses, right? He's a foreshadow or a type for the 2 witnesses. The chapter that symbolizes this is 1 Kings 18, in which he had a showdown with the false prophet of Baal. This is why RFK Jr.'s first hearing was 1 year, 10 months, and 18 days after he first announced on March 11th, 2023, that he was considering running for president. Okay, 1 year, 10 months, 18 days hints at 1 Kings 18. This connection is also exactly 690 days. That's an astounding second witness. So if you doubted 1 year, 10 months, and 18 days, hints at 1 Kings 18, which is symbolic of Elijah and the two witnesses, then this also confirms it, this 690 days connection, which is the equivalent. That's because it hints at the period of 69 weeks in the most central prophecy in the Bible. And I know this, that 690 days is symbolic of this from many other examples because I've been studying his big picture of signs that includes many of the other examples for 7 years now, and from morning until night. And this 69 weeks symbolizes the beginning of the period of the end times and the Antichrist. That's what the 69 weeks symbolizes. The Kennedys are known for being from Boston, Massachusetts. God uses records for signs. On March 11th, 2023, on the day that RFK Jr. announced he is considering running for president, and from what I recall, he made that announcement from Massachusetts. On that day, the Boston Bruins played in Boston and became the fastest ever team to win 50 games in a season. They beat the Red Wings, which hints at red blood, and the rapture escape from the mark of the Antichrist. Because God's faithful will fly. The final score of the game was 2-3. The mark of the Antichrist thing alters a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. The Antichrist wore basketball jersey number 23 in high school. The first goal of the game came at 1:36 minutes into the game, the symbolic first goal. 136 is the 4 times 4th triangular number, and the Antichrist is the 44th president. The goal was scored by player number 6 + 6 + 6, symbolic of the Antichrist. The final goal of the game was made with 6 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the game, which hints at 666, the number of the Antichrist. It was made against goalie number 45. 45, the inverse of it, is 0.022, and again, 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The goalie's name is Hellberg. His name is Hellberg, which hints at hell that awaits those who take the mark of the Antichrist after they die, as Bible prophecy says. The date of this hockey game, as well as the Things critic's announcement he was considering running for the White House mansion was on 3/11, which hints at G131, which is the word that means blood disease. God is using combinations of 2 1s and a 3, including the day of the second witness's announcement, but also that was the anniversary of CVD Day in 36 months earlier. The CVD Day was when the WH ends with an O organization officially declared the CVD to be begins with a pan, ends with a demic. And there are many symbolic firsts, including Trump's Oval Office speech on the subject. But also, 1 year later, the acting president, in his first public address since having shoplifted the referendum, said that March 11th, 2021 was the anniversary of CVD Day. Okay, so again, like I'm saying, 2 1s and a 3, whatever combination they come in, hint at G131, which is the word that means blood disease. Okay? We had 129, which is the word for blood. Now we have the word for blood disease. And that's why RFK Jr., who is about calling out the truth regarding the thing that corrupts a person's blood, announced, as in trumpeted, his running on this date 3/11. which was also the day of this prophetic hockey game in Boston, in Massachusetts, where the Kennedys are known to be from. And I believe RFK was in Massachusetts at the time of the announcement. Now, the number 22 is equal to the mark of the Antichrist. The area code for Washington, D.C., is 202. On the same day that RFK Jr. announced he was considering running, and the day of the Boston Bruins sign in Boston, and by the way, he was considering running for the White House mansion, on the same day that the Boston Bruins sign in Boston, Jacqueline Kennedy's former mansion in Washington, D.C., went on the market. And it was a big news story that day. The mansion has 13 bedrooms. The mark of the Antichrist is described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. The story of this mansion for sale was how the owner had bought the two adjacent mansions to Jackie Kennedy's and combined the three mansions into one mansion with 13 bedrooms, which gives us 3 and 13. 3 divided by 13 equals 0.230. The mark of the Antichrist alters a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. That's a typo. And the Antichrist is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. The mansion has 13 full bathrooms, and 5 half bathrooms. The mark of the Antichrist in Revelation 13 will induce demonic possession that is alluded to in the 5th trumpet in Revelation. This is a total of 6 plus 6 plus 6 bathrooms, which makes 13 bedrooms and 18 bathrooms. And the mark of the Antichrist is described in Revelation 13:18. Wow. The mansion has 1,600 square feet. This is 4 times 4,000 square feet. And the Antichrist is the 4 times 4th president who lived at 4 times 400 Pennsylvania Avenue, or rather 1,600 Pennsylvania Avenue, as in 16,000 square feet. Jackie's mansion is located on N Street. N is the 16th letter, or 4 times 4th letter of the alphabet. The White House mansion has 132 rooms. 132 is 44 plus 44 plus 44. And again, it's on 4 times 400 Pennsylvania Avenue. RFK Jr., by the way, Pennsylvania is the second state, which makes that hint at the second presidency for the 44th president. RFK Jr.'s first hearing on January 29th was 1 year, 3 months, and 20 days, which hints at 132, after he announced he would run as an independent, after being forced out of the corrupt Democrat Party. This is 130% of a year, which hints at the mark of the Antichrist in Revelation chapter 13. The average human gestation period is 266 days. So if I'm off the subject of Jacqueline Kennedy, I think I might be. So just to sum up there, that's amazing, because we had the hockey game, which was clear Antichrist symbolism in Massachusetts. Jacqueline Kennedy is a Kennedy. She's also known for being from Massachusetts. And we had on that same day with the RFK Jr. sign in his announcement that he is running or considering for the mansion at 4 times 400 Pennsylvania Avenue. We had on the same day the first day of Jacqueline Kennedy's mansion going on sale. And we had all the numbers to confirm all of the Antichrist, mark of the Antichrist symbolism as well in that. And again, RFK Jr. is all about the mark of the Antichrist, right? Now, the average human gestation period is 266 days or 38 weeks. The mark of the Antichrist thing and all things use in their development, STE ends with an M, cells from an aborted unborn baby. Fe ends with a tus. Phi ends with a tus. Okay, and on May 8th, 2024, the New York Times reported that RFK Jr. had a worm in his brain that ate part of his brain before it died. Okay, so he was in, I think, Africa maybe, and somehow he had ingested a worm that started to eat his brain a little bit. Okay, and then the New York Times reported this. This became national news on May 8th. And May 8th was 266 days, or 38 weeks, before his first hearing in Washington, during which the subject of abortions came up. This prophetic sign involving RFK Jr.'s brain points to the components of the CVD thing that are inside people's brains that will induce demonic possession. And what I left out here is that all things, I didn't leave it out. So that's the connection with abortions. Okay? So in other words, all things use abortions. Okay? And RFK spoke about abortions at the hearing, and the two dates in RFK's story about the worm connects to the hearings about abortions with 266 days. Now, 266 because the Antichrist, the first of the two Antichrists, is the 266th Pope. RFK Jr. is known for, his family is known for being Catholic. God uses firsts for signs. JFK was the first Catholic president. And again, JFK's former mansion, Jacqueline Kennedy's former mansion that she lived in after she moved out of the White House, the sale of it was known for the 3 combined mansions with 13 bedrooms. Rome converted to Catholicism in the year 313, which is why the Antichrist was elected Pope on the date 313, March 13th, in the year 2013. Now, so that's why 266 days here. Now, August 23rd, 2024, on this day, RFK Jr. announced that he would suspend his campaign and join forces with the other of the 2 witnesses, Donald Trump. On this day, RFK Jr. was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. This was 7 years and 6 times 6 times 6 days after Trump's inauguration, at 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. Let's see. Hold on a second. All right. I apologize. I got. I earlier said that the connection between the inauguration and the day that Trump and RFK Jr. came together was 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days apart. They were. Both dates are when they each were 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. And really, that's in itself enough. But there is actually a connection between the 2 dates as well. And what I mean by enough, I mean enough confirmation that this is prophetically relevant, and therefore they are the 2 witnesses. But the dates are also connected with 7 years and 6 times 6 times 6 days, which is relevant because RFK Jr. again is about the mark of the Antichrist, and so that's relevant. The thing also is that what's confusing is that in terms of recalling, I suppose, is that Trump's inauguration was 7 years, 7 months and 77 days old, 77 days before his election, which in turn was 77 days before his inauguration, his second one. And he won by 77, or he received, I should say, 77 million votes. The first election, he won by 77 electoral votes. Anyway, and when he won by 77 electoral votes, Benjamin Netanyahu on that day was 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. More confirmation of the relevance of when RFK Jr. came together with Trump and him being 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, just like Trump was on the day of his inauguration. Okay. So the inverse of the number 53 is 0.0188. H188 is the word that means woe in the Hebrew concordance. It is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. August 23rd, 2024, the day that Trump and RFK Jr. joined forces, was 53 plus 53 plus 53 days before RFK Jr.'s first hearing and the crash of Flight 5342. So the flight crash begins with the 53. The 42 is also symbolic because in Bible prophecy mentioned 7 times, 42 months is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. Okay, so this 53 plus 53 plus 53 days in between when they joined forces and then his testimony, his witnessing at the Senate hearings on January 29th. This is 159 days. And 159 is also the 53rd semi-prime number, which is more confirmation of the relevance of 53 plus 53 plus 53. A semi-prime number is a number only divisible by 2 other prime numbers, and God uses this. In other words, these connections involving the mark of the Antichrist and the testimony of one of the 2 witnesses in Washington is a massive woe warning. That's what I was explaining earlier. That's why the plane crashed just a couple of hours later. It's a massive woe, testimony, witness, God's voice, which is why RFK Jr. has his issue with his voice. It's symbolism. And we have this woe connection from the day that it was revealed that RFK Jr., or rather confirmed that RFK Jr. is the second of the 2 witnesses. From that day, we have this, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. And embedded in the number 53, he has embedded this woe exclamation mark. So he's repeated it 3 times. And the 4th time, actually, because 159 is also the 53rd semi-prime. That connects to the day of his testimony, and that is a massive woe, confirming who is RFK Jr., and who he speaks for, and the truth about the things, which is the mark of the Antichrist. Some other things. Trump entered the press conference room and said, in other words, trumpeted, he would like a moment of silence for those who lost their lives in the crash. And as he said that, the clock ticked 11:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 1121 is the 328th semi-prime. And Daniel 3:28 is the verse that symbolizes Daniel chapter 3, which is a foreshadow for the mark of the Antichrist. During the press conference, Trump mentioned, quote, 340 million. 340 million. The flight departed from the 34th state. 34 is 2 times 17. The flood began on the date 217 in the Bible, and the flood came after man had corrupted its chromosomes. as is alluded to in Genesis 6. The plane and helicopter crashed into the river. The search and rescue was done in boats on the water, as in flood symbolism, symbolic of the flood and the ark. The flight departed Wichita, Kansas at 5:22 p.m. Central Standard Time. 5 times 22 is 110, which is symbolic of Joshua, who died at the age of 110. And Joshua is symbolic of the trumpets that the Israelites blew before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. The other sign on this day involved the 110th mayor. The internet shows that the path of the flight went over St. Louis. The flight that crashed, it went over St. Louis. Kamala Harris is predicted to crash in St. Louis on her cross-country flight. The figure skater crash pointed to the figure skater who had her medal stripped for doping with things, and her name is Camilla. St. Louis points to the mark of the Antichrist because it is located at the center of the X that was engendered by the eclipses. Joshua died at the age of 110, and he led the Israelites in a symbolic 3 sets of 7 around the walls of security of Jericho before they collapsed in God's judgment. The 110th mayor, the plane crash sign, and RFK Jr.'s first hearing was 70 plus 7 times 70 days after the tornado destroyed the Pfizer Thing plant. That was a massive sign. There was the Pfizer. I think that plant is in Kansas. Let me just make sure. Actually, maybe not, but hold on. Yeah, I don't know why I said that, but it wasn't in Kansas. It was in the fourth plus fourth state. But anyway, so what I was saying though is that this is amazing because again, we have the Joshua symbolism through the mayor of New York City, the 110th mayor, and 3 sets of 7 is about Joshua because the walls of security collapsed after the 3 sets of 7. But the 3 sets of 7 was precisely a 7 plus a 7 times 7. Because the Israelites marched around once per day for 7 days, and then they marched around 7 times on the 7th day, and they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. And so that's why the RFK Jr. hearing was 70 plus 7 times 70 days after the tornadoes destroyed the Pfizer Thing plant. An act of God. Beautiful. Beautiful connection, by the way. Think about that. Okay? This is so profound, such profound confirmation. Because this Pfizer thing, if you don't recall, there was a massive tornado that destroyed the Pfizer Thing plant in North Carolina. Okay? And that day connects with exactly 70 plus 7 times 70 days, which is a clear 3 sets of 7. In other words, it's 560 days, and there were 56 passengers on the second flight on 9/11 that flew into the second tower that was 110 stories. And anyway, also on the day was the 110th mayor sign on the day of RFK Jr.'s first hearing. That's a clear connection. It is more confirmation that RFK Jr. is God's voice regarding the thing. Now, this connection is also 18 months and 10 days. The name Barack Obama is equal to 181 in Hebrew gematria. This is also 9 times 17% of a year, and Obama was president from 09 to 17. This is also 153% of a year, and 153 is symbolic of God's faithful who will be rescued from the severe persecution from the Antichrist. This is also exactly 40 plus 40 weeks, and the Antichrist who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, which is made by Pfizer, is the 44th president. On this day of the Pfizer tornado, January 19th, 2023, Josh, as in Joshua, Harris won his bid to purchase the Washington Commanders NFL football team, which is another trail or grouping of signs or pattern. Okay, well, anyway, I'll leave it at that, though. One thing I wanted to say, too, I've just realized, I realized that I forgot. This 7 years and 6 times 6 times 6 days connection between Trump's inauguration at 70 years, 7 months old, and RFK Jr. joining him at 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. This connection is also 91 months and 3 days, which ends at 913. And the 913th word in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word Barack, as in Barack Obama. Capital B pronoun, Barack. Now, let's see. Boston symbolizes America and the spiritual founding of America. That's what Boston symbolizes in God's signs. The number 50 symbolizes the church and hints at the 50th president, American Antichrist. Barack Obama is predicted to become the 50th president, which is why he is from the 50th state, Hawaii. Boston became the fastest team to reach 50 wins in a season on the day that RFK Jr. announced he was considering running, as I explained. The NHL was founded in the same year and month that the Jewish state of Israel was founded with the Balfour Declaration. Boston is one of the original 6 NHL teams. The Bruins became the fastest team, the Boston Bruins became the fastest team to reach 50 wins with a win over Detroit, one of the other original 6 teams. There are many teams in the NHL today, so the odds of playing one of the 6 is not big. The Pilgrim's journey on the Mayflower to Massachusetts took 66 days. In 2023, the Boston Bruins also broke the record for most wins in a season, a record held by the same original 6 Detroit team. So that's the coincidence. They became the fastest team to reach 50 wins by playing Detroit, and then later they became the team to win the most games after the previous team, Detroit. The last game of the 2023 season was prophetic and was against Montreal, which is French for Mount Royal, which is symbolic of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And Montreal is another of the original 6 teams. That makes 666. Okay? So, and from what I recall, they won, I think. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, I was going to say, I think maybe, it's a strong maybe. They won their most ever games in a season in the last game when they played Montreal. But I think that's not the case. But regardless, we have the 3 instances of the original 6 teams. That gives us 3 6s, 666. Okay, now the final game in Montreal, which has the area code 514, was 5-4. This was the day that the S&P 500 lost 54 points. On the day of the Massachusetts signs that pointed to the date 5-4 in 2023, a little bit later that year, which was all about God pointing to the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the first black regiment in the Civil War. I put that in brackets because that's a part of a whole other sign, okay? So I won't get into that anymore here. Now, but back to what I was saying. I'm talking about the number 50 for good reason. The number 50 symbolizes the church. The reason for that is the church age began on Pentecost, which literally means 50th day. Okay? And so does Boston symbolize the American church. Because Boston is the home of the spiritual founding of America. There are only two nations in the history of the world that were founded on a relationship with God and the Bible, America and Israel. The Pilgrims saw their crossing of the Atlantic into the New World and their escape from the persecution from the king as analogous to the Israelites' escape from the king of Egypt and his persecution, and them crossing the Jordan River into the Promised Land. Not only did the Pilgrims see it as being analogous, it was analogous. It's from God. I don't know why I say it that way. I've said it that way for many times. I'm going to stop saying it that way. I'm going to stop saying that the Pilgrims saw it that way. Although that's true, God also sees it that way. Okay? Now, and so, let's see. There's a reason why I'm getting at this number 50 here. And again, this all ties to RFK because of him announcing on the day of all of this stuff regarding the Boston Bruins. Now, the week one of God's two witnesses, RFK Jr., had 2 Senate hearings. That's a poorly written sentence, but okay. Maybe I meant this week. This week, one of God's, okay, I probably was writing this week. This week, one of God's two witnesses, RFK Jr., had 2 Senate hearings. The first one was on the day of the plane crash in Washington. 2 days later, a plane crashed in the second state. It was a second witness sign to the signs that confirm RFK Jr. is one of the 2 witnesses. In fact, he is the second of the 2 witnesses. The dates of the 2 plane crashes, okay, get this, are January 29th and January 31st. You might recall that right after the plane crash in Washington, people were talking about, oh wow, there's another plane crash. It was the plane that crashed in Philadelphia 2 days later in the second state. And RFK Jr. is 2 witnesses, and he had 2 Senate hearings that week. The dates of the 2 plane crashes are January 29th and January 31st. And guess what? This hints at G129, which is the Greek word for blood, and G131, which is the Greek word for blood disease. That's the dates of the 2 plane crashes. That's stunning confirmation for RFK Jr. being the witness testifying in the Senate regarding the cause of the blood disease that millions of people have now, which further confirms that these crashes point to RFK, the prominent critic of the things that are put into people's blood. On January 31st, the plane crashed into a densely populated area of Philadelphia. In Bible prophecy, Philadelphia is the only one of 7 churches that Jesus said would be spared the hour of tribulation and severe persecution from the Antichrist. The plane had 6 people on board, and it crashed at 6:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This hints at 666, and the Antichrist who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. The plane crashed in Pennsylvania after taking off and reaching 1,600 feet. The Antichrist will dwell at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. 16 is 4 times 4, and the Antichrist is the 44th president. The youngest on board the plane was 16 years old. This also parallels the plane crash 2 days prior that pointed to the 16-year-old Queen of American Ice, who died in a plane crash on her way to international competition. Also, 2 days prior, 4 times 4 times 4 people died, including figure skating team members. And the youngest was, 2 days later, the youngest was 16 years old, 4 times 4 years old. Okay. And it was in the second state, which confirms the 2 days interval. The 4 times 4-year-old Queen of American Ice sign on January 29th, G129 equals blood, hints at the ice cold blood of the American Antichrist king, who is the 44th president. Now, this is amazing. I didn't include this. I probably include it in the next email. But Philadelphia in God's signs symbolizes the one of the 7 churches, the only one that is said that would be spared the hour of tribulation and severe persecution from the Antichrist and the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, and but it was 6 people that died on the plane, and it crashed at 6:06 p.m. That's 3 6s. But God's so genius, 1 person was killed on the ground for a total of 7, which confirms the significance of Philadelphia and its symbolism for one of the 7 churches. And again, the number 50 symbolizes the church. And this plane crash that pointed to Philadelphia and the church is in the second state, 2 days after the first plane crash that pointed to RFK Jr., who had 2 Senate hearings. This plane crash that points to Philadelphia and the church, which is symbolized by the number 50, is 50 days before the predicted 2 dirty bombs in New York City. Where on 9/11, 2 planes crashed into the 2 towers in God's judgment warning. So I think I've said that clearly enough, right? Now, I mentioned earlier that January 29th, which hints at blood, connects with 2 times 26 days, which is hinting at the word for prophetic sign, to the prediction for the dirty bombs in New York City and the evacuation. But the plane crash 2 days later in the second state connects with 50 days, and that's very relevant because Philadelphia symbolizes the church, and that's confirmed with the 7 deaths. And so we add 50 days, and we also get March 22nd, the predicted date for the 2 dirty bombs. That's amazing. The number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The 6 deaths in the plane crash at 6:06 p.m., which is at 666, that occurred in the second state 2 days after the hearings began for the second of God's 2 witnesses, was exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the FDA approved the CVD thing that is the mark of the Antichrist. That is amazing. Whoa, okay? Get that. I forgot about that. That's the big one here regarding the Philadelphia plane crash here. Because, again, the Philadelphia plane crash is completely connected to the plane crash 2 days earlier, which is about RFK Jr. And RFK Jr. is about the thing, the mark of the Antichrist. And furthermore, the mark of the Antichrist is symbolized by the number 22, which would also confirm the 2 days connection to the crash in the second state, but also the second of the 2 witnesses, God's 2 witnesses. Okay, so anyway, though, the Philadelphia plane crash, and again, the Philadelphia plane crash is also about the mark of the Antichrist because of the 666 symbolism. And the mark of the Antichrist is a test of God's faithful and his church, so that's hence Philadelphia also. Okay, this Philadelphia sign that's connected to RFK Jr. was exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks. And again, the Philadelphia sign had a 666. Okay, so that's more confirmation of the relevance of exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the thing day. I mean, this date symbolizes the thing, December 11th, 2020, when the organization, the agency begins with an F, ends with a DA, approved the CVD thing. And Trump gave his speech regarding the approval, and on and on. SpaceX's Starship fell off of its platform, X symbolic of the mark, on and on. Well, that's the day, right? The approval of the thing is symbolic of the thing, right? And that was 6 times 6 times 6 weeks to the 666 sign in Philadelphia that connects with RFK Jr. RFK Jr. is seeking the position of head of HHS because he is critical of the corruption in the federal agencies, such as the begins with an F, ends with a DA. Given the signs on January 29th regarding RFK Jr., it was anticipated that there would be a related sign on March 31st because it was recognized that, January 31st, because it was recognized that January 31st would be exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the approval by the begins with an F, ends with a DA. I forgot that. I forgot that I had recognized that connection ahead of time. And it makes sense because I would have tried to connect the symbolic date for the CVD to the first day of RFK Jr.'s hearings. And then I would have realized that if you just add 2 more days, you get the 31st. And then, so that was expected in advance. But what I also didn't mention in the last paragraph is that January 31st is also symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist because it hints at G131, the word in the Greek concordance that means blood disease. And so I wrote, we received the prophetic sign that was expected in advance. I would not be surprised if there is another sign involving RFK Jr. or something related on February 3rd, given that, well, anyway, February 3rd was exactly 6 times 6 weeks, but I don't recall, and I didn't follow up on this. I forgot about this, and I'm not going to look into it right now. I've been talking for like probably 4 hours now into this video, and I'm just going to even just try to make it through with my physical strength through the end of this email thread and just get this done. The signs on January 29th and January 31st that hinted at G129 blood and G131 blood disease, and RFK Jr.'s testimony regarding the thing industry. Signs that included 2 aviation disasters are 131 days and 129 days respectively before Revelation 9/11 day on June 9th, 2025. I forgot about that. Forgot about all of these things in this video, actually. Like I said at the beginning, I wrote this a long time ago because a month and a half is a long time for me right now. That's astounding. So what is Revelation 9/11 day? That's the date it's predicted that there will be a symbolic beginning to the mass demonic possession. Now, I don't at all think that everyone will become demonically possessed that day. It's just symbolism. I don't know what's going to happen on that day. In fact, it may even be just a step. In other words, there may be a prophetic sign that only those who are watching for signs and understand God will recognize. It may also, though, be the beginning of something. Like, for example, the day that UFOs and aliens are in the mainstream news. Widely accepted that they are here, but of course they aren't. It's demons pretending to be aliens. Or something like the Pope announcing that the aliens have made him the ambassador for the world or something. But something's going to happen on that day, whether it's a sign and it's a step or it's the beginning of something symbolic. But that's why these two dates, January 29th and January 31st, which hint at 129 and 131, because of blood and blood disease, are 131 days and 129 days before the Revelation 9/11 day. That's amazing beyond words. Because, of course, the mass demonic possession will be facilitated through the mark of the Antichrist that people took. That will trigger delta brain waves in their brain, triggered by 5G frequencies, which will induce the demonic possession. Delta brain waves. That's what's going on. God's signs overwhelmingly confirm that. Now, on January 31st, which is again a hint at G131 blood disease, The Weeknd released his new album, Hurry Up Tomorrow. It was promoted with billboards that read, "The end is near." Okay. Hurry Up Tomorrow is a reference to, prophetically from God, to the coming period of the Antichrist and the end times. That's why the billboards read, "The end is near." Okay? So God is using The Weeknd in his signs. This isn't the only one. There's a pattern established with God using this music performer, singer, The Weeknd. Now, the album is filled with hints that this is the end of the singer's career as the artist, The Weeknd. The Weeknd became famous for singing about his drug addiction and lifestyle. This is why Hurry Up Tomorrow, that was promoted as The End is Near, was released on January 31st, blood disease, amidst the figure skating doping signs and RFK Jr. testimony on the date that symbolizes blood before the beginning of the end on June 9th. Or if it's not, it's a step. But how are the drugs administered? Well, often through a thing. The Weeknd would have used these things to put the drugs that he was addicted to into himself. Now, his act is becoming a little bit tired, and he even recognizes it now. Has been going on and on as the Weeknd guy for years now, because people love his music. But it's the same narrative. It's the same I'm a former drug addict kind of theme. Okay? And that's why God is using this, though, because of the symbolism. And what is it symbolism for? For being, excuse my French, effed up, right? It's like mass demonic possession. For example, the big halftime show at the 5G Super Bowl 55, in which the GOAT to football did a commercial for 5G, and then won the Super Bowl. But anyway, the halftime show was The Weeknd, and then all of these dancers that were bandaged up like zombies, and or mummies, I should say, and then were dancing around like zombies and demonically possessed people. But it was this theme of, being effed up on drugs. And so that's why God is using The Weeknd in his signs. It's symbolism for being messed up and demonically possessed. And also at the end of the dancing at the halftime show, they all fall to the ground. So that's symbolic of the mass deaths that's coming as well. Okay, now, so there's a lot of confirmation that what is coming is addiction to whatever it is that will rejuvenate people and make them younger with a promise of immortality. We have already seen a glimpse of this with the never-ending, begins with a boo, ends with a stir, begins with a shot, ends with a tss. For the CVD thing, this is what is contained in the symbolism of The Weeknd, who is famous for formerly being addicted to drugs. I will explain more regarding this addiction theme in God's Signs. Okay. And God has previously used The Weeknd in many connections, which is why this was easily recognized. The prophetic significance of his new album on this prophetic date that hints at blood disease and on, like I've been explaining. RFK Jr.'s story of how he came to become the nomination for head of HHS began, as he says, with his 14-year addiction to heroin. This is huge. It confirms what I just wrote, that what is coming is not a one-time SHOT or dose. What is coming is addiction. It is the same as other forms of spiritual bondage to Satan, such as the addiction to the supernatural highs that people that do yoga get, or meditation. Myself knowing this firsthand in my early 20s. And yes, people are addicted to yoga. And the more they get into it, the more addicted they become, just like a drug addict. And yoga is a gateway, just like some drugs are a gateway to other harder drugs. Yoga is a gateway to harder, more serious New Age spirituality and New Age religion, which is deception from Satan, big time. Yeah, completely wicked. That's another subject. RFK Jr. was the sign on January 29th, G129 blood, and The Weeknd was the sign on January 31st, G131 blood disease. So we have the two men that God is using in his signs on these two dates, and they are symbolism for the same theme, which is the coming mark of the Antichrist. Things. And they are both known for being former drug addicts. That's very interesting. That's confirmation, actually. This addiction theme is also the reason for the inclusion of the vampire theme into the signs that has recently been discovered. Vampires are immortal through their addiction to blood. Whatever is coming will be vampire-like. Vampires aren't truly alive. Their life force is borrowed from hell. Likewise, it'll be the case with those who become addicted to the mark of the Antichrist and its rejuvenation, but it's the counterfeit Holy Spirit, like the supernatural highs from yoga, it's the counterfeit Holy Spirit. It's satanic, it's demonic in origin, and these powers that these people will get when they become rejuvenated from taking the mark of the Antichrist are temporary. They're borrowed from hell. They're demonic. It's a demonic life force, and they will become demonically possessed. Just like those who do yoga and meditation, their supernatural highs are from a demonic life force. And they dissipate, the highs dissipate over time, as does a drug high. And then the drug user gets a lower low than normal, than baseline, just like the yoga and meditation practitioners do. And then they have to do the yoga or the meditation or the drug to get back to normal. That's why they get addicted to yoga. Once they get addicted, if they stop doing it, it gets bad. And the longer they go, it's like cold turkey withdrawals. It can get really bad for a meditation and yoga practitioner if they're deeply bonded to Satan. And that's what it is. Like as Paul said in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, people get the deception they ask for. If people think that they are God and they just need to remember that they're God and they need to become enlightened through connecting with the oneness of the universe, etc., pantheism, religion, then they'll get the deception they ask for. They're seeking these highs from the yoga and meditation without seeking God. They're seeking the Holy Spirit without cleansing themselves through Christ and repenting. And so, in other words, it's analogous to a rape. They're trying to rape God without his permission to get his Holy Spirit, right? It's like, and so it's wicked. God has nothing to do with that. And so he gives them the deception they're asking for. It's the same with people that are into aliens and UFOs. They're the ones that see them and have the UFO abductions in general. Because people get the deception they're asking for. Well, what's coming is societal-wide, well, what is here already is societal-wide deception that the society, the world culture is asking for. First of all, aliens. Second, pantheism. If you ask anyone in the entire world, the vast majority of people under the age of 40 in the entire world, if they believe in God, they'll say yes, but not like the God of the Bible or the God of of Judaism or the Christian God. God is an energy. He is the universe itself. That's pantheism. That's all connected to the Indian religion and yoga and meditation. And anyway, you'll get the deception that you ask for. These are the two big lies of the end times. The aliens, the New Age religion, but also the promise of immortality without God. And somehow the aliens and the New Age religion will play a part in that, in this promise of rejuvenation and immortality without God. So, this last paragraph here, I didn't really elaborate on any examples, but God is using this theme in his signs, this big picture of signs, patterns, and connections of vampires who are immortal through their addiction to blood. Okay, and again, RFK Jr. and The Weeknd were addicted, and they also have these major signs for them on these two dates that symbolize blood. During RFK Jr.'s campaign, he promised to build hundreds of healing farms across America for people who were addicted. This is symbolism for the coming FEMA camps across America for the dissidents of those who refuse the things. This is why the FEMA alert test on October 4th, 2023 was an exact and extremely prophetic 69 weeks before RFK Jr.'s first hearing on January 29th. Okay, the most central prophecy in the Bible, Daniel chapter 9, involves a period of 69 weeks that symbolizes the beginning of the period of the Antichrist. The FEMA alert, the alert test on every single American's cell phone on October 4th, connects to RFK Jr.'s hearing. And RFK Jr. is symbolic of these FEMA camps because he campaigned on hundreds of healing farms for people who are addicted to drugs. And again, the addiction and all of that, as I've explained now, is symbolism for the things. And the people that will be going to the FEMA camps will be refusing the things. that the other people are taking because they're addicted to or will be. And arguably, for a while there, a lot of people were addicted to the CBD thing. I don't think there's anyone that's still addicted to them. There's still the brainwashed that are getting them once a year or something, but they're not like addicted like they were a few years ago, right? And they weren't physically addicted to them. That was a spiritual addiction. That was a psychological addiction. Part of the religious cult that they are in. The FEMA alert test on the date October 4th hinted at the 7 thunders in Revelation 10:4. This is why, for example, the clock tower in Back to the Future was struck at 10:04 p.m. Okay, because it was lightning that struck the tower at 10:04 p.m. And the 7 thunders in Revelation 10:4 is what's hinted at with the date 10:4. And that's why the FEMA test was on that date. Now, John was told not to write down a description of the 7 thunders and that it would be revealed in the last days. From the signs, it seems clear that the 7 thunders is related to the coming collision of the demonic realm with the earthly realm, and that the 7 thunders is related to Revelation chapter 9. The 7 thunders gives us a number 7. The 69 weeks in Daniel chapter 9 precedes the final period of 7, the 70th 7 in the prophecy. This is another reason why it is relevant that the FEMA alert test on October 4th connects with RFK Jr.'s first hearing, which hints at FEMA camps because, again, of his promise to, or campaign promise for FEMA-like camps. Or not FEMA-like camps, but his healing camps are symbolism for the coming FEMA camps. Now, that gets to the next thing here. Further confirmation is that RFK Jr. is known for having sued Monsanto for its Roundup product. RFK Jr. is very well known for suing Monsanto for the Roundup product that was causing cancer. And he led this. And that's astounding because now we have Roundup and FEMA camp symbolism with this second witness. God is using him as a prophetic sign. And this symbolism for Roundup and these healing camps, which are symbolic of FEMA camps, is pointing to the coming rounding up of God's faithful, the dissenters who refuse the mark of the Antichrist, into the FEMA camps, the detention centers, the internment camps, the concentration camps. The issue of his history of litigation came up in the hearing on January 29th. So that brought, because this issue came up of his litigation history, it brought into the signs the Roundup. It brought Roundup into the signs on January 29th. And again, January 29th was 69 weeks after the FEMA alert test, which is about rounding up into the FEMA camps. You see? And in the news articles that reported on this Roundup connection to RFK Jr. on during the or after the Senate hearing, Roundup was mentioned in the news articles. Okay, so the issue of litigation came up in the hearings, and in the articles that reported on that day, they reported or mentioned in the report Roundup, his past with the suit of Monsanto for Roundup. Okay? 69 weeks is profound, right? The 70 weeks prophecy broken into a 69 weeks period plus the final 70th week. This is the most central prophecy in the Bible, and it regards the timing of the arrival of the Antichrist, that's why it's relevant that from the FEMA camp sign, the test on the cell phones, it's exactly 69 weeks to the hearing that brought up the roundup. Rounding up into the FEMA camps. And again, RFK Jr. is also known for having campaigned on creating these camps for addicted people, which is hinting at the mark of the Antichrist as being the reason for people being put into the FEMA camps and rounded up. You see? It's all amazing. It's all interconnected. It all reveals it all. Now, through God's second witness. This is symbolism for the coming roundup of conservatives and Christians into FEMA camps due to the mark of the Antichrist. That's the third part. There's three parts. There's roundup, the FEMA camps, but also the addiction aspect, which confirms that the reason why people or the conservatives will be rounded up into the FEMA camps will be because of the coming things that are used to put things inside of people, which is what addictions symbolize. And why RFK Jr. has his past, not only with Roundup, but also his 14-year addiction. Okay? And again, the third aspect being his promise for the healing camps for those addicted. Wow, 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 wow. Now, in an interview during his campaign, Kennedy mentioned that a jury came back with an award of $2.2 billion in a Roundup lawsuit. 22 is in God's signs, symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. That's amazing beyond words, okay? Oh, no, this wasn't during the hearing, sorry. This was in an interview during Kennedy's campaign. Okay. Kennedy said this award was pivotal in the lawsuits against Monsanto for Roundup going forward. So this award here was pivotal in the Roundup lawsuit. The Roundup lawsuit is extremely prophetic because of the coming roundup of conservatives and dissenters of the mark of the Antichrist, which Kennedy is also symbolic of. But the pivotal lawsuit was for $2.2 billion, and that's because 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, for which Kennedy is also symbolism for, because he's speaking the truth against it as God's second witness. Oh, and that's also interesting. Kennedy is the second of the two witnesses, which would also be what 2.2 billion hints at. The obvious was missed, which is that this air traffic controller sign involved Reagan National Airport, which is clear confirmation of the analysis that this pointed to the air traffic controller strike in 1981 and Reagan's firing of 1,150 workers. First of all, 1,150 workers hints at a prophetic number in Bible prophecy in Daniel chapter 8 that regards the timing of the period of the Antichrist, all right, without elaborating. So that's a prophetic number, big time. Now, the following is copied from if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the 2,300 days in Daniel chapter 8, but it's the 2,300 evenings and mornings is how the text reads. And so that would be 1,150 days, which was, history shows, as being the exact period of time that Antiochus Epiphanes did his desecration on the temple in Jerusalem, the abomination. And Antiochus Epiphanes is a type for the Antichrist. All right, now, the following is copied from the Anita Brandt email. So I have another email thread, the Anita Brandt email, okay? And she is this famous singer from decades ago. And God uses the deaths of people to symbolize what the person's symbolism is. Like, for example, a person will symbolize something, and then the death of that person will symbolize, that person and what that person symbolizes, the date of the death. Now, The death of Anita Bryant, which was in January of 2025, was quite an important sign. If you are not familiar with who she is, the link explains this. Well, okay, now do I need to read the link into the video here? All right. Earlier in this video, I established how January 29th connected with 44 days to the death by a bomb of the Russian general who was known for having accused Ukraine of developing a dirty bomb or intending to use a dirty bomb inside Ukraine. That's symbolism for an inside job, by the way, and I don't think made it clear earlier that that's because that's pointing to the coming inside job involving a conspiracy within the American government regarding the predicted dirty bombs. But on the same day, we had another prophetic death, and the two confirm each other. So this was December 16th, 2024, and Anita Jane Bryant. Anita Bryant died on this day. She was an American singer and a Christian activist against gay rights in the United States. She had 3 top 20 hits in the United States in the early 1960s. She was the 1958 Miss Oklahoma beauty pageant winner and a brand ambassador for the Florida Citrus Commission from 1969 to 1980. From 1977 to 1980, Bryant was an outspoken Christian opponent of gay rights in the United States. In 1977, she ran the Save Our Children campaign to repeal a local ordinance in Miami-Dade County, Florida, that outlawed discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Throughout the country, supporters of gay rights condemned Bryant for her campaign. Assisted by prominent figures in music, film, and television, they retaliated by boycotting the orange juice that she promoted. The campaign ended on June 7, 1977, with a 69% majority vote to repeal the ordinance, which Dade County restored in 1998. Though this was a victory for Bryant, her public image was irreparably damaged and she found herself blacklisted. Her contract with the Florida Citrus Commission was terminated 3 years later. This, as well as her later divorce from Bob Greene, left her financially insolvent and she filed for bankruptcy twice. Now, this is a very special sign. The Wikipedia page is obviously biased, right? It doesn't give you the her side of the story. And I'm not an expert either, but I have learned a little bit about Anita Bryant. And there was, in the schools in Miami-Dade County, they were promoting the homosexuality. So that's why she was inspired to start the Save Our Children campaign. And so she became famous for this. She was famous because of this in conjunction with her being the spokesperson for the orange juice. And then what I just read, there was the retaliation, and there was a time where, people were, instead of drinking orange juice with their vodka, they were putting apple juice and calling it the Anita Bryant or something like that. That kind of thing, right? It was a big deal culturally across the nation for a time. The video I mentioned yesterday mentioned the Carol Burnett show. The Carol Burnett show repeatedly mocked Anita Bryant. Now, getting back to what I wrote here, also, I should add that Anita Bryant is a hero for having fought for what she believed in, even though it cost her her career. And that's symbolism for what's coming and what already happened with the CVD, right? People who stood up for what they believed lost their jobs, and those who didn't stand up, kept their jobs, and compromised in order to keep their jobs, or allowed themselves to be propagandized, etc. And that's what's coming in the future as well. And so she was a woman of God, and she stood up for the Bible and what it has to say about homosexuality, which is that it's a very serious, not just some quote unquote Christians will say that it's a sin and all sin is sin, but that's not the case. This is a special sin. This is an abominable sin, and it is a sin not only against against their own. It's a sin against God, but also the Holy Spirit in them, and it's a sin in many ways. It's also symbolic of the last stage of a society before judgment from God. I mean, if you look in the Bible and the examples of, for example, Sodom, the rampant homosexuality was symbolic of the end stage before the destruction of the people. And so that's why it is something that Satan fights hard for. The sexualization and the perversion of the culture. And that's why the fight regarding this, and including transgender rights, is part of the last stage before the destruction of America. But back to Anita Bryant. By the way, here is an example. The hatred that what I just said would incite in some people is truly amazing. And that hatred, where does that come from? Because all I have said is what the Bible said, the document that founded our civilization. You're welcome to disagree with it, but why hate me? And what I just said, right? Why the visceral hatred for that? Because it's from Satan, that hate. Because I'm not advocating anything other than that they refrain from that sin, right? So, and also that society should not condone it by honoring marriages between people of the same sex. And that's not a human right. That's a decision that any society has the right to make as to who to bestow special privileges on. And the reason for bestowing the special privileges on people that are married is that it incentivized the production of the next generation and families. And it's within a Christian's right to disagree that families and kids that are raised by two members of the same sex are not disadvantaged, because they are. And there's all kinds of social science evidence for that. So, anyway, really, do I need to justify my words? I don't know, but it needs to be clear, that saying such stuff isn't hate. It's in fact an act of love to warn these people that they are on their way to hell. I mean, it would be an act of hate, in fact, not to tell them that what they're doing is wrong, right? Okay, and so, let's just read what I wrote here regarding Anita Bryant, which was written on February 2nd. So I had forgotten what I wrote, but what's interesting is that Anita Bryant, she's known for the organizing of the protests, and she is symbolism for the coming protest by conservative Christians. She was mocked in the movie Airplane. So that's why her death is 44 days before the plane crash in Washington, the prophetic plane crash that pointed to RFK Jr. and all of that, like I explained. If you recall, and it was an explosion, and if you recall, the 44 days connected to the death of the Russian general that accused of dirty bombs and was killed by a bomb. It connected with 44 days to January 29th, and it was known that that was the connection in advance. And then we received the plane crash, which was an explosion sign, as I explained. And again, December 16th, the date of the death of Anita Bryant and the Russian general was also in turn 444 days after the U-2 atomic city sign, which was 4 months exactly to the January 29th date and the explosion of the plane. But Anita Bryant was mocked in the movie Airplane. Okay? This is why her death connects to the airplane crash on the day of RFK Jr.'s testimony, which pointed to the U.S. figure skating team plane crash in 1961, as well as the Nancy Kerrigan, Tonya Harding Civil War sign. Well, Anita Bryant was part of the Civil War. This was back when the Civil War was beginning in the 60s and 70s, which was more one side attacking the other, like today's Civil War, because the left is motivated by an intolerance of intolerance, which is exactly why they will be intolerant of my opinion about what the Bible says is about homosexuality. That's intolerable. And they would call me the intolerant one, but they have an intolerance of intolerance. It's extreme, right? It's also hypocritical. Now, the thing is that Anita Bryant connects to Ronald Reagan. Let's see, do I write it here? Hopefully. I probably don't. They connect because they were both in the movie Roger and Me. So it's in this diagram right here. Ronald Reagan and Anita Bryant, the release of the movie Roger and Me. But I decided that I'm not going to explain this diagram, and I'm just going to read what's in the paragraph. So you just take my word for it that her and Reagan profoundly connect. Because Roger and Me is about, it's Michael Moore's first documentary about unions, and Ronald Reagan was the anti-union president, although he was the first president that was formerly a president of a union. And Ronald Reagan famously fired the workers from the air traffic control, which is why the air traffic control aspect of the plane crash in Washington, D.C. If you recall, at the time of the crash, Trumpet and Vance and the new Secretary of Transportation, they were all questioning the role of DEI in air traffic control positions and whether or not that played a role in the crash on January 29th. That was a part of the story. And it was Reagan International Airport that this air traffic control part of the story was involved with. That's because Ronald Reagan was the anti-union president because he fired the, like a big part of his presidency that he'll be remembered for, or is remembered for, is for his firing of the union workers at air traffic control. Okay? And so that's why it all connects. Now, and it connects again because of the Civil War aspect of the U.S. figure skating team. And Anita Bryant was definitely symbolism of the Civil War. Now, Trump trumpeted air traffic control, as was Ronald Reagan in a way. Trump trumpeted air traffic control and hiring practices, and the crash was the day after Trump trumpeted an ultimatum for federal employees of 9 days to decide on whether or not they would like to receive 4 plus 4 months of pay and resign instead of getting fired. That's a pairing of 9 and 44, which God pairs together to confirm the signs and connections, because the 44th president was inaugurated in 09. Now, January 25th was exactly the 68th prime number of weeks after Reagan's ultimatum on air traffic control workers. So Trump and Musk, they gave the ultimatum for the workers. All right, if they want to get 4 plus 4 months of pay and just leave, they have 9 days. Well, Ronald Reagan famously gave the ultimatum to the air traffic controller workers. One of the defining moments of his presidency, when the only former head of a union became the president, it was written poorly, but he was the only president that was a former president of a union, and he was the anti-union president, okay? So anyway, one of the defining moments was when he fired or gave the ultimatum to the air traffic control union workers. He ultimately fired 1,150 workers. Daniel chapter 8, as I explained. This is also, this 68th prime number of weeks is 2,269 weeks. Exactly. And G 2,269 in the Greek concordance is the word that means to join or bind together, for a connection or alliance, whether in a physical, social, or spiritual sense. In other words, the term can be used to describe the act of joining materials, forming alliances between people or nations, or uniting people in a common purpose or cause, which is astounding because this hints at unions. And so we have this connection that means union and unions between the ultimatum that Reagan gave to the ultimatum that Trump gave at the timing of the plane crash, which was about air traffic control. It's amazing. And all that served to confirm the connection between Reagan and Anita Bryant in the Michael Moore documentary that was propaganda, socialist communist propaganda for unions. Okay? And Reagan's 48-hour ultimatum, and I mean, really, it's really well, anyway, a big part of America's decline has been unions, Trump can put the tariffs on and get the jobs back from the place where the cars were made where they didn't have unions. Fair enough, but that's kind of artificial. Unions can't compete with companies that don't have unions for good reason. And so that's why the decline, okay? Now, Reagan's 48-hour ultimatum was during the 20th birthday of the Antichrist. Also, RFK Jr.'s campaign was faced with many timeline deadlines. For example, registering with the states and then also deregistering. So, okay, Reagan's 48-hour, it was a 48-hour ultimatum, and it was during the 20th birthday of the Antichrist. Also, RFK Jr.'s campaign was faced with many deadline timelines. For example, registering with the states and then also deregistering. What God is communicating is that there will be a deadline ultimatum for persecuted conservatives and Christians. There's going to be some kind of deadline because the ultimatum from Trump and Musk for the federal workers was part of this pattern or theme regarding the elimination of the part of the population of the workforce in Washington. That's symbolism. Not that what they're doing is wrong. I agree with it, of course. But what it is also symbolism for the coming reduction of the U.S. population through the politicide, the coming genocide, through the enforcement of the mark of the Antichrist, in the coming together in forms of unions, as in the blue team union, in a way, right? And persecuting those who refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist, and putting them then in concentration camps because they won't take it, and also restricting their ability to buy and sell the rationed food. Okay, so this is all amazing. And again, this connection between the air traffic control Reagan sign, anti-union sign, to the air traffic control sign on the day of RFK Jr.'s testimony is connecting and confirming all of this regarding alliances and unions, blue team versus red team, persecution, politicide, that will involve an ultimatum, and and it will involve the mark of the Antichrist, for which RFK Jr. symbolizes. That's why the connection. That's why the air traffic control sign that connected to Reagan's air traffic control ultimatum on the day of the testimony of one of the two witnesses, RFK Jr., who was symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, so that's amazing. Hopefully I explained that well enough. Let's see. I think I'm near the end here. 6 + 6 + 6 days after January 29th, as in G 129 meaning blood, when RFK Jr.'s mark hearings began. Okay, 6 + 6 + days after that. And on that day, 67 people died in a plane helicopter crash. Okay. It was a total of 67, because 64 in the plane and 3 in the helicopter. Trump made a lap in his Beast, his limo, nicknamed the Beast by the Secret Service. And the Beast is a metaphor for the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. He made a lap in his limo around the racetrack, and going around a circular track of a racetrack is symbolic of the Israelites that went around in a circular circuit around the walls of security of Jericho before they collapsed in God's judgment. Okay, and that was at the 67th Daytona 500. 500 in the Greek concordance is the word for Antichrist. Okay, you get that now? The Daytona 500, as in Antichrist, the 67th Daytona, was 6 + 6 + 6 days after RFK Jr., who is symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, and his testimony on the date 129, which hints at blood. And it was 67 people that died in the plane crash, in the explosion on that day. And the 6 + 6 + 6 days obviously is a hint at the mark of the Antichrist and the Antichrist. That's an amazing beyond words connection. Now, the race ended with a crash in the final lap for a second year in a row. And the winner won the race and the winner who won the race won it for the second year in a row. That's quite a coincidence. The winner of the race won it for the second year in a row, and it was due to a crash in the last lap for the second year in a row, which hints at Trump's second presidency when he was doing the lap. He went around the lap twice. I'm pretty sure. No, I watched it. And it just hit me just now. He went around the track twice. Oh, wow. And so, and hinted at Trump's second presidency. And Trump is again a type for Joshua, who led the Israelites before they blew trumpets. Right? And that's symbolic of the racetrack. And after they blew trumpets, the walls of security collapsed of Jericho that they marched around in a circular circuit. And Trump symbolizes that. And so that's the second presidency. He went around the lap twice. And it was the second year in a row that the winner won. And he won it because of a crash in the last lap for the second year in a row. Okay. That's amazing. Second presidency, which obviously, I mean, like I said earlier, I think, is a symbolism in itself for the second presidency of the Antichrist, Barack Obama, and also symbolic of the defeat of the Antichrist at the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. The winner had been in 7th place. All right. And before the crash. All right. Trump's inauguration was exactly 69 weeks, as in the most central prophecy in the Bible that I mentioned earlier, after the 67th IAEA conference that was focused on Iran, which was prophetic, on September 26th, 2023. And that was on the day of the related signs that included a World War II bomb explosion in Lion City, Singapore, nicknamed the Lion City. And anyway, 67 days before, it is predicted that Israel will bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. I doubt that's right, because it's now been updated to April 26th, 2025. But I think April 12th may be a step in the trail, and I think that's what this 67 days gets us to. And anyway, 67 days before was the day that Trump met Netanyahu at the White House, and it was after he made comments about, quote unquote, obliterating Iran. That date was February 24th. On 6/7 in 67, Israel recaptured the Temple Mount, which is why the significance of 67, which brings us back to the 67 deaths and the 6 + 6 days connection to the 67th Daytona 500. All right. The winner drove car number 8 + 8 + 8. Donald J. Trump is equal to 888 in English gematria. And again, Donald J. Trump was at this Daytona 500, and he began the race with his, what do they call that? The opening lap or whatever. Okay, and it came down to the last lap. So, I just realized that. The last lap is actually a parallel or a hint at the first lap, which was made by Trump. Wow. In his beast limo, because that was the prophetic sign. That's why. The second year in a row that the winner won due to the crash, in a second year in a row in the last lap, was pointing to the second presidency of Trump. But again, Trump did 2 laps in the first lap. So the last lap hints at the first lap. Amazing. Now, the most evil king in Israel's history, according to the Bible, ruled for 55 years. Trump was, and also Satan is equal to 55 in simple English gematria, and the word Satan is mentioned 55 times in the Bible. Trump was 55 years old on 9/11. 55 is the 19th semi-prime number. And so 55 days anyway after the 67th Daytona 500 will be the day that it is predicted that Israel will bomb Iran. Now, I think that's getting us to April 12th, and if so, that's just a step. It's April 26th. At least like right now, I think that, and April 26th may be a step, but it isn't before April 26th. The 19th semi-prime and 67 hints at 1967. Furthermore, 67 is the 19th prime. And 67 was the year of the 6-Day War when Israel recaptured the Temple Mount. The winner of the race moved up 6 places when the crash happened, after the crash in the final lap. The helicopter and plane crash was 9 days after Trump's inauguration, which was 44 days after the end of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. 44 years, I should say. Trump's inauguration was 44 years exactly after the end of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. That gives us a 9 and 44, a pairing of 9 and 44 that confirms the signs and connections. So, and again, I mentioned at the beginning of this very long video that the helicopter and plane crash connected back to the 444-day Iran hostage crisis through the Operation Eagle Claw that ended with a helicopter and a plane crash, killing 4 + 4 and injuring 4, as I explained. Okay, so anyway, this recent helicopter and plane crash was 9 days after the inauguration, which was exactly 44 years after the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. And that's a pairing of 9 and 44 because the 44th president was inaugurated in 09. Okay, and this led to the U.S. military helicopter and plane crash in the Iranian desert, as I just mentioned. Okay, so here's another diagram, and I think that is it. Now, so we're talking about April 12th, but again, this is just a step. And you can see all of what I just explained. Everything that I just mentioned is here in this diagram. Okay. This is the day of the Daytona 500. The date, by the way, is 216, which ends at 216, which is 6 times 6 times 6. And it's 6 plus 6 plus 6 days. Whoa, I just realized that. After the signs on January 29th, which I spent 4 hours explaining just now, so I won't mention again. But there was 67 deaths total, and this is the 67th Daytona 500. You can really see things better in diagrams. Wow. What will happen on April 12th? I don't know. But again, it was also 67 days after Trump mentioned the obliteration of Iran and met with Netanyahu. Wow. And this is, of course, the 44 years back to the end of the 444-day Iran hostage crisis. So, 67 is the 19th prime, and 55 is the 19th semi-prime. So that might confirm this, although it is also the Daytona 500. I'm not sure if there's enough. There should be more confirmation for April 12th, and I forget if there is or not. But right now I'm focused on April 26th anyway, and I don't know if I'll have time to make any videos to explain April 12th, but in a way I just did actually. So there you go. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. In the last days, many people who claim to be a follower of Christ will have spiritual experiences that are in reality demonic. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Do not listen to or follow the example of most quote-unquote Christians. Instead, follow the teachings of Jesus, which most quote-unquote Christians ignore. Like Jesus, you must surrender your life. Put nothing ahead of Jesus, your Lord. Like Jesus, you must lay down your life so that you may live. As Jesus said, one must die first, like a kernel of wheat going into the ground, in order to then grow and produce fruit. And like Jesus said, one must produce fruit, or else like a branch or a tree not producing fruit, they will be thrown into the fire. Jesus was speaking to quote-unquote Christians when he said this. One must die the self in order to be born again. And like Jesus said, one must be born again to enter the kingdom. Like Jesus, you must sacrifice your life for the sake of the coming kingdom. It means to do work that involves some form of sacrifice and risk. To have faith does not mean to intellectually agree. You need to demonstrate your faith through taking action. To have faith means to trust in God's promises. Taking action demonstrates trust and fear of the Lord. The primary reason that the wrath of God is coming upon America is quote-unquote Christians that do not get what I have just explained. The only reason a Christian is alive is in order to help other people become Christians and make it to the kingdom. Do not be deceived by those on the political left claiming to be quote-unquote Christians. There is no such thing as a Christian on today's political progressive left. Jesus said, "Do not think I have come to abolish or change any bit of the law or the prophets of the Old Testament Bible." In other words, the God of the Old Testament Bible is the exact same God of the New Testament Bible. It is essential that you learn about the God of the Bible and his ways. The God of the Old Testament Bible is looking to see who will fear him, and to fear God is not the same thing as quote-unquote revering or honoring God. Through Christ's ransom payment, a Christian is someone who has been redeemed and freed from slavery to sin and Satan. In response, a true Christian recognizes that their life in this world does not belong to them, and they become a willing slave to Jesus for the sake of the kingdom. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. And don't only put the link to this video or another video on this channel in comments sections of places you typically visit, but importantly, put the link to the video in places you never visit, where people who don't think like you visit. If you are a quote-unquote Christian, nothing in terms of an evangelism tool compares to this video with its prediction. It is a massive bag of gold. Beware of Jesus' warning through the quote-unquote Christian that did nothing with his bag of gold and was banished to hell. Also, read Ezekiel chapter 3 and 33 for this same warning. If you think you might be spending too much time watching videos instead of working and sacrificing for the kingdom through handing out flyers and potentially helping hundreds of people in the same length of time as a video, my flyer is filled with amazing information that people need to know right now, and it points people to the video channel. Now is not the time to be handing out typical evangelical tracts that are largely based in error anyway, such as, quote, Jesus loves you, unquote, for example. You can hand out the flyer on busy street corners, put them on car windshields in busy parking lots, and put them in mailboxes. Just send the file to your local print shop. You can download the file from the website. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, asteroidprediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the Odyssey.com or Rumble.com channel, and do it now in case you aren't able to later.